Am I breaking through? You feel me too? I still wanna run to you. Am I breaking through? You feel me too? I still wanna run to you. Am I breaking through? You feel me too? I still wanna run to you. Am I breaking through?
And welcome, everybody. This is exciting times indeed. We are going to be watching semifinals. My name is Proofcast. I'm joined here on the casting this with Sovereign, one and only. Thank you for filling 4 miles today, Sovereign. How you feeling going into it? And you're going to be catching the best action so far, the entire split. It's the semifinals between ROTM versus Akuma. Um, but yeah, before that, Sovereign, tell us how you feeling.
I'm feeling higher than real estate prices. It's absolutely great. It's nice to be back alongside you for the first time in a couple months, and yeah, I'm ready to get into the action.
Almost a year, it feels like. I mean, last time we did it, it was like the end of last year. So yeah, this should be really exciting stuff here going into it. We're gonna see both teams really give it their all. It is the semifinals. It is a best of five, and it is do or die. And Akuma, they have been having a good, okay, I would say mediocre to good type performance here. They've had some setbacks, yes, in the groups, but they've also been learning from it. I have to point out that Hex Mist is a great Gwen player, and if that actually is through the draft, I don't think now he's going to be able to pick it because of the nerfs that Gwen saw in the last patch. We could start off
Akuma
by
kind
that.
of Akuma kind of sneaking into playoffs with that 2-3 record. Really going to kind of shape up and kind of push their limits, especially against this return of the Middlesticks team that only really dropped one game over the course of the split with that, or one series loss, I should say. Running 8-4 overall, 4-7 for Akuma.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, as we kind of run through the bans here, Karma and Vex dropped all the way already by return in the middle six. Zeri and Trundle taken off by Akuma.
And it's important to know, right? We're talking about the seeding order here for the teams. Yes, it's the second seed for Return of the Middlesticks and the fourth seed for Akuma. And yes, they have played against each other during the groups, but this is totally different, right? This is playoffs, so they have to dig deeper. It's not a best of three, it's a best of five. So this is kind of like a marathon and not a sprint, whereas groups, you could argue it was kind of a sprint. Whoever got kind of like cheesy plays off would, mentally just damages the opponent there, and anything was possible. But here, also anything is possible, but to a greater scale.
Absolutely. And if this Diana ban gets locked in, this leaves a lot of, yeah, Jinx was going to be kind of the first thing I was going to say comes to mind, at least. Potentially an Aphelios Thresh is the answer here for Akuma, at least trying to secure a strong bot lane, maybe give jungle a counter pick, at least in this matchup. Kind of bring some pressure back onto this initial first pick from the side of Return.
The Aphelios here is not the hyper carry that Jinx is. Obviously, going into this game, into this season in total, we've been seeing a lot of Jinxes. You know, yes, people are memeing it, like saying that, okay, you have Jinx, you're gonna win. If you don't, you're not gonna win. You know, that kind of is the case. Yesterday, I saw that in the Juniors League, and today, yes, this B1 Jinx pick is kind of the prize to be had. If it is not banned in the pick and ban phase, then you know teams are just reluctantly going for that B1 Jinx. And yes, like you said, Sovereign, Aphelios, and Thresh with the wombo combo in the bot lane for Akuma. Are they going to be able to handle this hyper carry though?
It'll just definitely be interesting to see at least the answer here. I think Lulu makes a lot of sense. Could also potentially see something like the Nautilus, which has been picked up by ROTM multiple times over the course of this split.
Yeah.
Potentially also something to come out, at least from the jungler for the side of return, is something like the Jarvan. Hecarim not banned either. Hecarim very high priority pick, at least on this 12.5B patch here. Really good matchups into at least most of the meta. Could potentially see Udyr here as well, but it's actually going to be the Ahri locked in.
Yep, and that's the Ahri right here. The hype around Ahri in the last couple of days has been building up, and a lot of amateur players in the amateur League of Legends scenes are picking it up. And, you know, I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Faker has been showing a lot, and it is very versatile. It could go AD Ahri too, I've heard from someone by the name of Caps. He's also talking about it on stream that ADRE does make sense. You essentially are going to be playing like Faker, but building differently. And LeBlanc, this is just getting interesting here in the mid lane.
I really like this spicy LeBlanc pick on the R3 here. Really going to kind of throw down the gauntlet, at least as to how Akuma wants to play this kind of pick and run style, at least with these first initial 3 picks here. Now, Proof, one thing I do want to mention here is Return of the Middlesticks not actually playing with Blind, at least in Game 1 here. They do have Schneider in substituting in for this first game, so might change up at least how the initial draft prep was set up by Akuma, not necessarily knowing too much about him.
Yeah, you know, it is a fill going into it. It is their usual sub, so we'll see how much of a difference that makes in the solo lane. In the top lane, yes, it is a 1v1, so you shouldn't have to worry about teamwork too much, but your top laner needs to be on the same page with you regarding macros, regarding side laning, regarding pushing. So, you know, yes, the top laner is not the most vocal person per se. The jungler, I believe, should be the first, and then the mid lane and possibly bot lane rotations coming through. But yeah, the top lane should always be on the same page. We'll see how much of an impact that has since, as you pointed out, ROTM are running their sub.
You have a couple options here, especially as the last span's about to come through. From the blue side, it looks like at least Kiana the hover for now. I'll wait to see if that one gets locked in here, and it will be locked in. Hecarim, not something that Akuma has actually played on this. Ooh, okay.
Wait a minute.
Got his head.
Hello. All right. Confusion department called, and they're asking about this pick here, Akuma. Where are you playing the Zed, and where is it LeBlanc going in this scenario? Is this gonna be a LeBlanc top, or is this gonna be ideally Zed into the RE? That's what they want here, or maybe the Zed jungle, because we've been seeing a lot of that Zed jungle have good enough stats to keep relevant. We'll see if that would be the case here. I'm suspecting it is going to be the Zed jungle, but Hecarim, a very nice answer to the comp that wants to stay safe, and Hecarim is just a wrench thrown in their plans at that point. Just dives the back line very easily, zones out the Aphelios very easily, and Tryndamere does kind of the same thing, but he also needs to play around his flashes if that's the case, if we do see it going forward.
And if this does end up being Zed into the jungle, I'm definitely eager to see how this goes. There has been some rumblings of Prowler's Claw Zed jungle, at least as a potential answer into more carry-oriented junglers like the Xin Zhao that's been creeping up in the world. Hecarim as well, actually one of the ones that has a pretty decent matchup. But as draft starts to wind down here, Malphite the Hover here for Akuma. and we will actually see it locked in. So we should be assuming that this is likely Zed into the jungle here um, for this matchup.
They couldn't go with a range top laner. It just makes sense that you want to go with this Malphite because you don't have team fight if you do go with anything else that is not as tanky, as sturdy as a Malphite. You could go AP here, but ideally you don't. You just want to go tank. Just tank up as much as you can, because on the other side there's a lot of champions with built-in damage that it's hard to sustain for the HP bars of the red side. You could see Zed, you know, is the assassin. He needs to play out of vision most of the game, most of the time, and as well as the block as well. So they got two assassins on their side. You know, they are trying to play towards this Jinx better, but like I said, Jinx is going to be hard to kill. Has that Lulu, has the peel that she desires. With a hyper carry, any Lulu will be able to sustain them later in the game as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how Akuma approached this game, because they do have two assassins and a one frontliner, with Thresh playing that kind of like Warden type of style support, alleviating some of that pressure from Aphelios. But a lot of that pressure is going to come down to those assassins to be able to get the Jinx.
I think vision control is going to be the name of the game here for Akuma. Really looking for flank opportunities or blind hooks from over the wall, at least to start off these fights. You know, the only real way that Return of the Middlesticks has to kind of start off a fight is either going to be a really good Hecarim flank here right into that onslaught of shadows. Could be a charm onto just somebody caught out of position. But really the onus will fall on Akuma here to start off these fights, find the engages that they want, pick off priority targets, and look to snowball off of an easy man advantage.
And the Malphite pick was R5, right? So Malphite versus Tryndamere. There's a lot to be desired in that lane. Obviously, Tryndamere, doesn't matter how far ahead you are, he's always going to be that pressure in the side lane. And it's going to be hard for sure for the Malphite. But the win rate, I think, just signifies that the Malphite in lane should be chilling. I think it's somewhat around like 53% or something. I could be really mistaken. I haven't checked. I should probably double check that. But I think, you know, Malphite in lane in the high elo wins it. The problem, like I said, is going to come down to how are you able to deal with later stage of the game where gold's not going to matter on the Tryndamere. Is always going to be side lane pressure. They're taking away your inhibitors, maybe inhibitor turrets. So they always have to keep pressure on him to keep him in check here. And they do have that on the side of Akuma. Yes, like they wanted to play strong top side for the GOAT James. The GOAT James, who usually is on the tankier side of player champions for the majority of the split. Having him kind of get an easier lane this time around will feel good for them. And I feel like they come out of the gates guns blazing, because they're like, okay, you know, we have to change our approach against Return of the Middlesticks. We have been losing against them. You know, groups didn't look so good for us, so we gotta adapt, change our play style here. And you know, this is a good indication, the Zed pick, the LeBlanc pick, that they're trying to change their play style here, or maybe they got something they've been working on and they want to show us here. And Sovereign, are you still there? Oh, his router died. Okay. Well, I was just talking anyway. Sovereign's going to be joining us after the break. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Monday here, supporting whichever team you think is going to win. The predictions are also up now. I'm seeing 1.5k versus 820. That's not bad. That's kind of close. I thought going into it, our OTM were going to be the favorites, but we're seeing Akuma get backing in chat. With that said, though, it's going to be our signal to toss it to break. We'll be right back. First game, senior class semifinals between Return of the Middlesticks versus Akuma Blades. See you guys soon. are back, and again, Wiki did it again. It's right on the dot when the voice says, "Welcome to Summoner's Rift." We've been on point so far in the split, so why stop now? With that said, though, you know, usually when we're watching a Thresh game, we might expect early shenanigans or some early innovate, cheese with the death sentence, but that's not gonna happen here. As did both junglers go back to base to get the sweeping here? I think only Hecarim did, and Zed did not. Zed could still do it, though. It's 58 seconds. So, yeah, this is a good start. Good indication that both junglers are try-harding, and that's what you want in a semifinals game.
It'll be interesting to see at least how Zed initially paths here. It looks like he's going to start topside, so we will have a mirrored jungle start. Both junglers likely going to cascade down to this bot lane for that level 3, level 4 mark. About 3:15 is going to be the time that we want to keep our eyes on to see just how the map gets impacted, if it gets impacted, but definitely the opportunity on both sides to make something happen.
Faluke again on LeBlanc. We have 2 assassins for the squad of Akuma Blades, and return of the Middlesticks. They only have the Ahri mid lane for the charm. They got some CC here with that, but yeah, obviously you could argue that the Jinx has some CC too. The slows from Schneider, but it's gonna be hard to lock down the assassins like the Zed, like the LeBlanc inside of Akuma Blades. We'll see how they're able to do that. Early trades coming down. Wave management is everything here for each and every single lane, because the junglers are going to take some time, as you pointed out. We have to look out for that 3-minute mark. They are starting on the same side, so they might end up fighting on the Scuttle Crab. And yeah, Hecarim, I thought he was not going to get the Wolves there. Actually did. A little bit faster than the Zed on the clear.
Yeah, and Proof, I want to point out both looking to the bot lane here.
Oh, Ignite's dropped. All right. Or just one Ignite, because there's no Ignite on the side of ROTM in the bot lane at all. They're running the exhaust and heal setup just to be able to get away.
Yeah, I was going to say, something interesting to note here, Proof, is both AD carries actually opting for that initial longsword start, opting for the additional sustain in this lane, as well as an earlier Noon Quiver, which is going to be very vital, at least to accelerating both these build paths. But something at least I didn't notice to start off is we have a Predator Thresh.
Yep. It's going to be interesting. You're just going to run it down. So, you know, that indicates to me he's not going to be peeling so much. He's just going to be focusing in on Leona gameplay, as I like to call it, on the Thresh, where he's throwing out those Qs, he's boxing out players and going for those heavy engages. As yet, they have a very good engage tool for Legoat James. They could easily have the follow-up. So Ratchet has a lot of options to play with this Thresh. Is he going to go frontline? Is he going to go just warden his, or protect the VIPs in the game?
And it looks like Lexus here is going to path back up towards top. Crab not opting to try and have any kind of fight, at least with Hexmas, to start it off this early game. Understanding that the bot lane is pushed in, doesn't have the prio, it's not the safest call. So he'll take the long way up, he'll secure that crab and get back on the map.
Nothing out of the ordinary so far. It's a very slow start, right? No ganks. No level 3 shenanigans here. The Hecarim obviously is having a bit faster clear, but then obviously spent a lot of time going to that top side scuttle instead of the bot side, because he just gave that over to the Zed. In the meantime, though, this Tryndamere is fighting for that level 6 here in lane, and then we might see him stash a great hug, opening this fight up into the fillet. Now going to force out the flash from Brock Go Dog. He's rooted up. And here we go. This could be the keyboarder was in heavy water there. It was just, he couldn't do much, right? He had to rely on Ratchet for the Lantern to get out of that one alive. But when you look at both ADCs, they're relatively healthy here still, so they're not going to back yet. Maybe Keyboarder could go for a quick back here now, but that was very close, cutting it down. It came down to the wire for both of them, and I think Thresh made the right play.
This is going to give a pretty good back timing here too, at least to the side of Akuma. You have Zed pathing down already. You have the initial recall. You have the item buy. It's likely going to see Dragon take within the next couple seconds, at least as Zed does start to pad down here. yeah, Return of the Middlesticks going to start their back and send immediately onto the Dragon.
We'll see if dragons are going to be important here, because it depends on the soul, right? So, arguably, ROTM, they're just chilling for the first one at least. They could maybe focus on the Rift Herald, as the first one is really important. They could get some of that gold on the map, on the plate. So, already you see Hexsmith, 2 bot side plays. One was to secure the Scuttle, now secure the Drake, and I think maybe the third one would be to gank, but we don't know yet. This Zed is capable of going through terrain a lot easier than, in my opinion, the Hecarim can. And obviously, there's always that ult. So we're going to see how that pans out. In the meantime, top lane, Malphite is doing a good job in this laning phase. Obviously, he is favored to win. Has a better win rate percentage compared to this Tryndamere. So pressure's on Schneider to make anything happen.
And Hexsmith's actually invading down here into this red side jungle. Will be spotted out on a pink ward, at least as he tries to path towards the bot. Might not look to find anything here, but a very aggressive stance here by the Thresh.
Oh, that is a beautiful death sentence. Gonna go for the auto attack, but the peel coming through from Lulu, and now the dive comes in. That is pretty good there from Hexmist, setting up for that kill, and it's gone over to Keyboarder. You know, flashes burn and whatnot, but still worth it. A lot of resources spent to get the Jinx, and I feel like they just want to rinse and repeat that throughout the game.
And it does definitely hurt quite a bit, at least for the side of Return of the Middlesticks. You are down 11 CS. Bark Go Duck is going to miss out on another big wave here. As this late wave bot, I'm just going to double check this. This will actually slow push again. No, slow push into. Pardon me. So we will be able to collect at least the cannon minion on this wave. But it is going to start to get a little bit more tough. You've got the pickaxe buy here for Keyboarder based on that first blood. Only to the Greaves longsword dagger there for the Jinx.
And to be honest, the reason why our team are playing so slow here is I don't think they're too worried about the early game plays, because they have this Jinx. They want to just scale with it and then have Schneider split push, because at the end of the day, gold will not matter when he's just taken down turrets. Speaking of that, Barco Duck gonna get collapsed on yet another time. This time around, might not get away. No level 6 on Keyboarder yet. Exhaust comes through, and now the wraparound from Lexus. Lexus pretty heavy, and here comes the horse. Goes for that kill. Manages to get it. That will be one down. Now Ratchet, the second one alive. Outside of the shadows will be used here, and Ratchet will go down as well. And that is 2 kills. And I mean, 2 dead on the side of Akuma Blades. Jinx with the first kill in the game. Now Hexmix has to make anything happen or something happening for the top side. Schneider does have that level 6, so just easily get away here. And Hexmist looks like pursuing this one. Flash for W, but Hexmist on their turn. Oh, he's just barely in range for that level 6 shenanigans there. We seeing the Zed agency with a death mark. Beautifully done.
Yeah, honestly, Schneider makes out of that if he just keeps running. There's nothing left for Hex to really kind of close the gap in that chase down in that top lane. Rift Herald now going to be the look here for Hexmist, really making an impact in this early game.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake by Schneider. I think, but we might to see the replay to have 100% certainty what happened there, as I don't think Zed had it in the range initially, even if the flashes were traded. But, you know, all in all, I think that was a good look from Hexmist. He is the carry jungle. And like I said, he loves playing the Gwen. The Gwen is also carry late game. And I feel like Zed is a lot different than that. But we've been seeing him pick up this champion ever since the nerfs. And I feel like Akuma, or I don't know what team they were doing the Challenger storyline he was participating in it. Speaking of that, Flo has to watch out. He goes down.
Oh.
You know, was like, okay, you know what? Let me just get that quick kill here in the mid lane, and now Death Sentence is thrown at him. Does not hit the mark.
Yeah, that's one of those death sentences, especially with this skin. You know, you go over to the petting zoo, you go through the whole like cowboy tutorial, how to throw a lasso for your first time. Goes super wide from the post, but I mean, to his credit, he's hit a couple good ones so far, so I'll give
Yeah.
him one. I'll give him one
Not
of those.
that one though. He had to burn his ultimate for that. Now Mega Death Rocket does connect and already on the big roam. That's a fat roam. That's a 4-man dive here in the bot lane. Say good night to Akuma Blades bot lane duo. And there it is. 5-2 start for ROTM. They're bringing it back here. They hit the ground running, even after a couple of hiccups in the early game.
And this is, quite frankly, just ROTM understanding that they need to find pressure somewhere. Utilize this Hecarim pick, especially at one of his stronger points in the game. But we do have a fight into the top side here, Proof.
Well, that top side fight, both... Actually, Lego Jame walks away with an ult advantage, so that's good. That's always good. And now... Oh, alright. Did that actually hit? I wasn't looking at that. It might have, right? So it's okay, alright. Lexus was like, okay, you're gonna focus mid lane. What I'm gonna do is pick up this Drake, equalizing the Drake count 1-1. So, ROTM, yes, they lose a couple of plays in the mid lane, but Yuna in the mid lane making a play happen here. AKM X Fluke has to really watch out here on the LeBlanc. Yes, very mobile, but also Yuna is very mobile as well in the art.
This is going to be a dive onto the ultless Tryndamere here, Proof.
Alright, Hexmech goes for seconds, and Schneider will walk away, but Lego James picks up the kill, but the turret aggro will not finish him off. Surprisingly there.
That's just one of those slaps to the face. You hate to see it. The and the death rocket wide.
Just grazed him a little bit there.
Oh, that's one of those clencher moments. You know, you see it fly up on your screen, and it's just, oh, please, Lord.
Just enough for him to be like, okay, you know what? I just need to go to the restroom real quick. I feel something here in my pants. But yeah, that was interesting here. So alt burn on this Jinx. The cooldown is relatively low. So if another fight breaks out, you still need to watch out for those low HP bars.
Absolutely. And at this point, you may as well fish for him, right? Like, unless you're planning at least to have another numbers advantage into the bot side. Ooh, really good play there by Yuna for that trade. But yeah, I mean, you can just keep kind of pitching out these rockets. You don't really lose anything for it. It's not too long of a cooldown right now, so you definitely can really just go for broke.
Oh, look out, James. Can you do it? Don't have unstoppable force. Schneider does have the flash in a couple of seconds. A little bit too late on the uptake. Look out, James. Gonna get collapse on. Here comes Lexus. Pretty fast. 2004 Lexus. I like that name. I like the speed here. And that's the third kill for the Hecarim. They are indeed snowballing here in the game.
That's just a feels bad. You go for the flash W, auto attack, thunderclap right on his back, you know, and it's the last tick of the R. You just gotta time that a little bit better, otherwise it's a free 300 gold. You'll trade your life in the end, but I mean, at least you're getting something back, right?
And the win cons for both teams, I mean, it's still winnable. However, the pressure is onto Akuma Blades here as they are approaching the mid game, and they need to flex this Zed and onto this Jinx a little bit better, because there's 150 gold bounty on the Rocket Slinger, as well as 400 gold bounty on this Hecarim. So it's still winnable for Akuma Blades. They're struggling in the mid lane here a little bit. X Faluke having to 1v1 Yuna hasn't gone in his favor yet. Ratchet on the roams, but he was spotted on the ping.
Yeah, that's, I guess, one of the downsides to taking Predator here. Yes, you can get in much quicker. He does have the Swifty boots, but, you know, it does kind of give away what the play is going to be. And that's not necessarily a bad thing if you have vision control. You know where you can walk safely, where you're not seen. But in instances like this, where you're not able to necessarily push up, clear that initial pink, right? You're kind of setting yourself up.
Akuma Blades looking for a possible player in the bot lane. They're not going to double down on it. They don't have... Oh, wait a minute. AKM keyboarder is left lonesome. There's no reinforcements here. It gets Fear back. And there it is. The fourth kill for this good horse here, 2004 Lexus. He's been able to make a lot of plays happen. He had to pop his ghost for that, but no worries. That was definitely worth it. And now Yuna might be going for that solo bolo here in the mid lane, and Fluke can't even juke him out here, possibly. Will go down, and Yuna. Sensational clutch moments here in the mid lane, just outmaneuvering the opponents, outclassing that 1v1 mid lane matchup.
Absolutely, yeah. This kind of answer pick by Akuma with the LeBlanc into the Ahri matchup, not really paying dividends just through the lane itself, kind of falling to this disadvantage. Really gonna need to try and pick it up, especially as the mid game starts to roll around, as towers start to go down here on the map, opened up to find these advantages, find these picks, and find some way into the game.
Okay, all right. Well, that was a good bluff. That was definitely a good bluff by Ratchet there. They played a little bit too confidently, and I feel like if the trigger was pulled by 2004 Lexus there, that would have been a GG right there in Botside River. However, he did not have his Onslaught of the Shadows, so that does make sense.
It's one of those moments where if Ratchet was playing poker here, he's got the mirrored shades on so you can see his hand, and he's holding aces there, so they're not willing to go all in, at least for that one, despite the opportunity.
Yeah.
Good on him though.
There's a man advantage. Speaking of that man advantage over the top side, here we got a 2v1. Schneider might be able to walk out of this one. He does have his flash, opted not to burn it. And Hexmist will not be the one to pick it up. It's actually Lego James, and that is what the Malphite needs now. More pressure. That's going to cause this level tier 1 turret to go down. So Akuma Blade pick up their first. However, they are losing on this bot side. Yet another objective gone for ROTM, and this Jinx just shredding through that tier 1.
A good tower trade here, realizing that you do need to find the opportunity. If Schneider's going to be pulling this pressure over and over again from Hexmist, you need to find that answer onto the bot side, and the tower is going to be what's kind of the only real option there.
Oh, this is their golden opportunity, but it is the support at the end of the day. They wanted that to be Jinx, but good on them to make that play.
Yeah, just catching ACAD right out of position on the very last second of the recall. A good hook by Ratchet lands, and pop goes the squishy.
Yep. And we're only 2k gold discrepancy here between the teams. So Akuma Blade, they are in that reach. They could make a comeback here. They do have the Zed, who hasn't died a single time yet. And a Malphite, who seems to be having a good time here. Still having the turret up and standing. It's a good sign. Schneider here now with the rotations. They are going to flex this Jinx over the top side, and that's what you don't want. You don't want to leave your Jinx alone into the Malphite. You can close the gap like that and punish you heavily. So a lot of resources use Barco Dog, having to burn the flash and the heal to stay alive. Has to be careful in the next couple of minutes.
It's a really rough go there, but we do see the dive into the bot side here as well.
All right, however, Schneider putting in the work here, finds the kill. Now the root is good. Yuna putting in the work as well. Flashes for the kill. The Q is good. Does connect the charm on top of that. He is not missing. Yuna will come for you. Taking down some names here. And that is the Ahri playmaker. Yet another extraordinary play there. Nicely done for ROTM to keep afloat here and still keep to their lead.
Slowly maintaining the advantage where advantage is due. Rift Herald does go down as well for ROTM. They're picking that one up onto the top side after that initial play. So really good cross-map opportunity there. Really understanding where the ebb and flow of this game is going to be played. Taking kind of everything in stride here, Proof.
Yeah, and just looks like Home Blades are running out of options. I don't know what they can even do here to get back into the game.
Yeah, at least it's going to be kind of a tough go for Akuma to really look for an advantage here. It's going to fall back to kind of what we spoke about, at least as Champ Select was winding down. Really kind of playing for these vision advantages, trying to maintain these flanks, maintain these picks, and catch really anybody out at this point. Is it going to be a little bit harder to kind of lock down that Ahri, lock down that Hecarim? Yeah, no, absolutely. Tryndamere is going to have the delayed death, obviously, with Undying Rage, so the onus kind of falls on being able to find Jinx or Lulu walking alone separately, an initial good look by Legault James in the top side, just not able to find the damage to really convert.
You got how many more minutes? This is 1 minute and 30 seconds till the Drake spawns. So they should probably, from the side of Akuma Blades, rotate for that objective. And now they just walk in a death trap there for just put a ward down. And Ratchet just getting burst down, completely shredded. And 2004 Lexus with the plays. Yuna yet another time is just a menace against AKMX Fluke. He's just like, I do not want to go against this Arya anymore. Please, somebody help. And nobody's there to respond. So they're just going to let go of that turret, let go for resets, and they just need to scramble. Oh, that was super close. That was just a heartbeat drop there instantly.
And it's gonna really start to become an issue for Akuma. Who can actually match Yuna on this Ahri? LeBlanc definitely isn't going to be able to do it. You can't necessarily throw Legault James and the Malphite up into it because he's prioritized only armor into this build. There's absolutely no MR. This Ahri will shred whoever is up against her, and at this point, you know, it's really going to come down to pulling multiple people, and if Ahri's pulling multiple people up to wherever she is, that's only a bigger advantage for Return of Middlesticks.
The scoreline is definitely complimentary for Return of the Middlesticks. They are looking at a really solid start, then hold on the lead they have, and Yuna just is landing every single ability here. They are skill shots, mind you, so you have to be on point, you have to be on the dot, and Fluke might be able to find an assassination here on top of a force to do the job, and Akuma Blades, they coming out really good here. They find 2 of the kills in the bot lane, but now Schneider putting some damage onto Ratchet. Ratchet trying to run away from this Tryndamere, but cannot do it, and now Lexus trying to do something there, goes down. That's the second kill they needed. That's 2, what is that, 3 for 3, equalizing the trades, but double kill for Schneider at this point in time. This is it. This is make or break. Legault James, can you do this one? And Yuna is around the corner here. The charm goes wide, but Legault James flashes onto Yuna. Yuna trying to back away, and Legault James on 1v2 will fall, and the ace secured by ROTM.
And that was a really good initial look by Fluke. He just doesn't have the damage to absolutely pop ACAD right off the bat. There's just too much investment that has to go into trying to kill the Jinx, and the Lulu there through Unstoppable Force leaves the rest of the side of Akuma to really fend for themselves in that extended fight.
Yeah, I mean, this could be the bear and pressure, maybe, but they're just fighting for vision back, clearing up some of that vision here. Ratchet, mind you, did die once for vision, so he's getting a little bit too greedy to drop some wards down that could come back to haunt him, as he is gonna go he's gonna be going into Fog of War to face check here as well, so that's something he needs to understand. There's that catch possibility from Yuna, the charms, and it could easily collapse onto him. Barco Duck with the slows. You don't really want to underestimate the Jinx slows, honestly. Like, that is also something I've noticed here. Players sometimes do. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Akuma Blades could do. Yeah, it was a good look for them. They just needed to equalize that somehow, and unfortunately, they utilize all their resources into the Jinx and to get that kill onto the Jinx as well as the Lulu.
Yeah, and it's a really tough position for Akuma to be in, especially because they're getting so close to just pulling off these fights, but every single time that they look like they're gonna have the fight that they want, it just goes from bad to worse. Either the damage isn't there, the cooldown doesn't connect, the flash is just short. You know, it's a really bitter pill to swallow, especially in game 1 of a series, right? Where you're so close to making things happen, you're so close to pulling yourself back into this game where they're already down 5k here at a little over 24 minutes. If they're able to pull it out, I'll be very, very impressed. But it's going to be a matter of kind of, oh, this doesn't look good.
Yep. You know, Hexmas can't even jungle here on the Zed. He is negative on gold returns, and compared to the Hecarim, there's literally 1k gold deficit that he has to fight back. But, you know, obviously getting those shutdowns are going to be crucial for Akuma Blaze. There's 500 on the Ahri, and this Ahri has been playing safe despite it being so far ahead. And some players do make that mistake, right? They're overconfident. They have that 800 bounty or 700 bounty on their head, and they overextend. This is going to be the Baron play here for Yuna, trying to zone them off, but Ratchet does connect. This is the overextension that we kind of warned from Yuna here. Schneider goes in, and they are trying to fight here, but they're not looking that healthy. Lego James finds the unstoppable force and knock up, and now Hecarim on the pedestal, on the back foot. They're trying to run away, but Barco Dog finding the rockets, finding the damage. The slow's coming through. Keyboarder cannot go away. That's the triple. Sensational stuff coming out from Barco Duck, investing 2 summoners to make those kills happen. But again, phenomenal plays coming out from ROTM. Still, though, the Baron could be contested here.
They do have the flank on the top side of this fight as the Malphite shield will get popped by the REQ, and LeBlanc gonna find really good damage onto AK DX here, but the Baron is still aggroed here, Proof. They are getting good damage down here, down to 5k.
I don't like this from 2004 Lexus. They either need to target anybody who's coming close to the pit, or they just need to focus 100%. So now they just focus 100%. It pays off for them at the end, but that was kind of risky the way they let Lego James get too close to the pit. Unfortunately, he did have the unstoppable force on a cooldown, so you couldn't use it there to close the gap. So that was, at the end of the day, a good call from ROTM to make that play happen. But usually, textbook League of Legends, you gotta really focus on the enemies first, or just gotta focus on either or. You know, you can't just do both at the same time. It could be bad, especially if the jungler is up on the other side. In this case, they weren't up. The Zed was dead. Yuna might be able to find this skip. Lego James is rather tanky here with the Sunfire, as well as... Oh, wait a minute, though. Yeah, Frozen Heart are going to be able to slow down Yuna here a little bit, so they're not going to double down on that.
I do need to criticize Schneider just a little bit here. The fight behind the Baron pit, he dies without popping Undying Rage. He gets caught here again without popping the Undying Rage. There's no silence. You can pop it through the Thresh hook, so I mean, just really, either there's no reaction time, or it just understands it's not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, at least that's the bounty. They get something on the map for them. Soul point for Akuma, so they could possibly climb back into this game, because if they do get the Hexgate Soul, then I think they are looking better than they are right now, for sure. They just need a couple of more resources. AKM Keyboarder not looking too... happy on this Aphelios, having to struggle a little bit, and on an Aphelios you do not want to be playing from behind here, and that is just unfortunate, you know, devastating start for this Aphelios, not having anything, any kind of agency here in the game. They are substantially behind on gold compared to Barco Duck, so the Jinx is going to be having a field day here in teamfights.
You know, I really want to see them kind of make more use out of this unstoppable force from Lego James here. He is sitting on 50 ability haste. He's got the additional 12 ability haste coming through from these Hextech Drakes. If he gets another one, it'll be an additional 18, so he'll be sitting at that 68, just shy of the nicest round value you could possibly imagine. But a good fight in here into the top lane. Might see Fluke falling, but...
Oh, yeah, Lexus overextending their pop stopwatch, and a lot of damage coming down now. Look at the HP bars. Could kiss them goodbye on the side of Akuma Blades, and the charm comes through Yuna. A magnificent play there, but Lego James actually walks away with the kill. What an upset. In the bot side river in the corridor, they're getting pinched down in the not favorable spot. ROTM, they're going down now. Schneider for a last hurrah fight. Ratchet with a flight, and Destin does connect in the day, but Hexman's gonna walk away as well. And Lego James, they do not find the pitch, they do not find the play they are looking for, but they find one. At least Schneider got spotted, and Hexmix finally got a third kill in the game. And I feel like we haven't been talking about this Zed at all. They are substantially behind in this game. And maybe they got some more meat on the bone to chew here. As they got more resources, they're gonna go for this chase.
He might actually manage to catch him. That Ghost Blade has been popped. He has good movement speed out of combat. He's dodging a good amount of cooldowns here, but he does have the death mark before getting charmed up.
Yuna, are you kidding me? He could even probably 1v3 this, but Unstoppable Force and the low mana will probably make this impossible to do so. Translity, you gotta flash away, and Whoopi good to go, but the TP comes through from Lego Chains. They're trying to pinch her down, but you cannot stop her possibly here, but the shutdown will come through. The electrocute comes in clutch for X-Fluke, and now the Lulu here. Headed for the rocks possibly, but 2004 Lexus GX is around the corner. The Wild Growth pop that sentence as well. The box to slow them down. That's a dead Lulu here, and Lexus gonna be collapsed on. Has to use Onslaught of the Shadows to get away defensively.
You know, Yuna with the Mastery Flare, they're going for maximum emotional damage, but it only increased the power level of Akuma. They said, your butt is mine.
Yep. Break it down a little bit more, Sovereign, here as we're analyzing the game. We're seeing the turrets going down. That's the second tier for Akuma, so they get that extra bounty now. 4,000 gold apart, so still in their vicinity, still winnable for them.
Bounty's gonna fall off now here, Proof, as they are gonna start to look back towards these neutral objectives, Baron and Dragon spawning exactly 10 seconds apart. Soul, a really good opportunity here for Akuma, as you said earlier, to kind of break open this game and give them that kind of push over the edge. Whereas for the side of Return of the Middlesticks here, Baron does actually give you a really good opportunity to kind of start sieging down these lanes in this 1-3-1 style with Tryndamere and Ahri in these side lanes.
Again, fight for vision. Schneider, I think he did have a couple of ups, but mostly some downs lately. 6 times they have been dying here on the tournament, so not a good look so far from Schneider. Yes, he's the sub here, but they don't want to be giving this game back on a pedestal for Akuma. At least they have to make them work for it. And Schneider has to really watch out for positioning. The Tryndamere could easily get collapsed on, and could say goodbye to that, but it looks like they're gonna pull the trigger here. They find a nice engage. Onslaught of the Shadow is gonna zone out that Aphelios, who hasn't had any agency so far in the game, and Lego James is tanky, but you're looking at a man down. That's your ADC. So yes, they got Lulu in return to alleviate some of that pressure, but you know, the Jinx is still up. You gotta respect that.
Yeah, and they've got full vision control on the bot side here, so when that Shirelias gets popped and you're running at Mach 1, kind of catches Akuma off guard, and they're able to find Keyboarder caught with his pants down.
Alright. Oh, Fluke finds a golden opportunity, takes it to shutdown. Goodbye, Jinx, and this is Akuma Blade's opportunity for the soul. They go for the engage. This is good. Textbook League of Legends. Forget about the Drake. Focus on the HP bars on the other side. Yes, and there it is. Akuma Blade make the improbable play happen, and Yuna, the last one to survive here. Lulu on the way back in. Maybe they can make a play happen. The charm. Are you kidding me? Predicts the movements. The lantern comes in late, or I guess you could say very clutch from Ratchet. But beautiful plays coming out from Yuna. It's just not enough for Auto TM to make anything happen.
Yuna decided that he was going to play for a charisma roll, and this man rolls nothing but nat 20s. I swear to God, every single charm connects.
Yep, and look, they're going to go for more here, but this time around, the Death Sentence for an answer on the Thresh. They're trying to stop this Ahri from making a difference. Bring it, that Rocket will pick up the Baron all the way from downtown.
The atomic rocket steals away the Baron from Akuma under their nose.
Yeah, that's karma right there. That's karma right there. Yuna did a lot of damage there. You know, he did not go down without a fight, and Jinx was like, you know what, my friend, I'll pick up that Baron for you. That was such a bra moment. Nicely done there. Good timing from Barco Duck. And I gotta tell you, this game has been essentially Yuna and Barco Duck trailblazing their way, trying to fight for scraps, trying to make things happen. Maybe Schneider here finding Keyboarder left lonesome again. This Aphelios not having any agency here, just going down almost double digits on that kill counter.
This man is Gonna walk into the nearest Dulux store and try and find out how many colors of gray there are, because at this point he's simulating gray screen.
And we can't be too hard on him, right? But it's the first game, and I think the rest of his team is doing a great job just staying in it, hanging on here. They have the Hex Gate Soul, so that's something to watch out for here. Hello, Lexus. Goes a little too deep for comfort now. Might go down. The Wild Growth pop for safety, but look at James. Look at the front line. Look at that Peel God coming through. Hopping Hexmas will go down. Barco Duck. Pretty heavy with the rockets. Pretty heavy with the slinging of that rocket as well. Positioning pretty well there as well. And AKMX Fluke, are you kidding me? We'll just go down without a fight, or actually finds the kill here. Staying alive. It's gonna be him and if he wants to make anything happen. X game Fluke finds the route on to Lexus. Lexus just out of position there. You can't do much, unfortunately. But from both sides, actually, Keyboarder finding a small victory, small win on the Philios, but eventually it'll go down. And this is the mid laners on the 1v1. Who's gonna take it away? The heavyweights. Yuna just focused on the turret here. Faluk has to make something happen here to slow down the push, or else it's gonna be the Nexus. Goes golden, and the turret will help him here, and there it is. Faluk, redemption moment for him.
We're staring at the man in the mirror here. X-Fluke decided he was gonna turn on this game about 20 minutes ago, and has been playing nothing but League of Legends ever since. Really, this game one is turning into the Titans of the mid lane here. Which mid laner can kind of carry harder on the back of a good engage from both teams. You know, Lexus looking for these flanks, but Legoat James finding a lot of great 2 multi-man knockups here with that unstoppable forest to set up for these X-Fluke just nuclear bombs.
Yeah, I like the build path that Legoat James has decided to go, getting that random Zoman. Gonna make sure that he shuts down this Jinx a little bit, as well as Schneider here whenever they do dive in the back line. And I like the possibility of just focusing in or just layering that with the ultimate unstoppable force. So it's really good build path. Just slow them down. Make sure that your team has a chance to fight this one back, because they do have the soul, like I said, and it's going to come down to one team fight, and winner will take it all. We're seeing the positioning time and time again is critical in these type of scenarios. In this situation, it's going to be everything. So Zed needs to find the play. Fluke needs to find the assassination, and they need to pick off someone from the other side, whoever it is. If they pick off one, then they're looking for that 5v4 mid lane battle. So I think that could be something they look out for.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And we're getting kind of close to this Elder Spawn here, Proof. A little over a minute left on this one, and really good opportunity for kind of both teams to close out by securing this buff. But yeah, like you said, it's going to come down to this pick. You know, Akuma has some vision set up already, and we're going to see an interesting back timer here, at least from Barco Duck, trying to secure any last bit of power that he can get ahead of this fight as that charm goes wide.
Oh, they were trying to backdoor actually here. Oh, this is really heads up play. He is trying to backdoor. If Akuma are gonna fight for this Elder, then they might lose the game, just straight up, because Snyder is just hanging around there, just chilling in topside jungle. So this is a hard task for Akuma Blade to make anything happen, because they need to leave at least one member at bay, and not like this. Hexma says good night, and an early goodbye for that jungler here. Not gonna have a lot of agency, and this, yeah, the rest of them are gonna be toppled just like that.
He's in the base.
Floodgates. Yep, Schneider is just gonna be ending the game no matter what here. They're still going for it, and it's not gonna matter because there's 2 down anyway, so it's gonna be hard to stop this push from Evermaro to him. Yeah, this is it. Just GG. No return of the Middlesticks. Great first game for them. They managed to just hang in there and tilt the opponents. Hexmas just got deleted there, so no way, Jose. Interesting game. Sovereign, what do we think about this? Can you just break it down a little bit further?
I really kind of at most points of this game, kind of at least a little bit of a rougher early start for Return of the Middlesticks, but really coming into their own. Lexus really starting to kind of drive down that bot lane, find these advantages, to kind of get Barco Duck and ACAD back into this kind of game at least initially. But Akuma, not without fights. They weren't going to go down just rolling over taking what the abuse that they were going to get. They battled back really well. A lot of props go over to here, to Lego James and Xflute,
Mhm.
finding the ways to kind of keep them in this game, finding ways to find these fights and make it happen. But at the end of the day, Yuna just kind of put everybody in his backpack and said, "All right, boys, we're going 1-0 into game two."
Yeah, just interesting stuff all around. That's a 40 minute game, and Akuma, it came down to the wire. It came down to that one last fight, and I said positioning is everything, and it is. It came down to that, right? Hexmas was just a bit out of position, got caught out, and again, the MVP type plays from a Yuna, just landing those charms, finding the opportunities, and he plays to win. Like, he doesn't play for KD at all, and it shows, right? Like, he stays alive as much as he can. So to make anything happen, and also Akuma just struggling there a little bit there in the bot lane. Aphelios not having the performance that we expect in a semifinal game like this. It is the first one, so maybe they just need to go back in the lab and come up with a different draft that works and tailors better for a keyboarder here to make things happen. Granted, I think Aphelios is one of his best champions, so surprising to see this coming out, and it just goes to show how ROTM have been able to shut down this bot lane pick, the Philios on the side of AKM Keyboarder. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be our first game. We're going to toss it over to a break. We'll be right back with the second one on the docket. hello everybody. Hello, hello, hello. You're seeing now a picture instead of the live action. So we got two pictures now, Sovereign. There's your picture and my picture on the screen here until I do get my technical issues sorted out. But with that said, though, we're gonna be jumping into the second draft shortly here. And after seeing that first game, the side selection could be important here, something to talk about. But Akuma Blades did want to play on the red side again.
Two pictures walking to a draft, and Return of the Middlesticks is going to keep same bands, at least as game one, with Ari, the adaptation by Akuma here, taken off the table. Jinx as well, going to find the ban hammer. This leaves many interesting opportunities here for Return of the Middlesticks. Potentially opting to go back to that Hecarim, might try and take away the Aphelios. Could even go first pick Tryndamere if they really felt like it.
Yeah, that Tryndamere is still up. I mean, it could be the last time it was the Jinx, but this time around, Zeri and Jinx are banned. And wait a minute, is this a B1 Nautilus pick? Hello, never seen that in my life. First time saying it. I guess it works if you make it work. On the side of ROTM, they're gonna go with that. Then Akuma, now they have a plethora of champions to pick from. They could go with their jungle pick. They could take the Hecarim off and not go into it. That could be an option for them to explore, because last game, obviously, Lexus was putting in the work on that champion, and they're going to go with the Leona. So supports picked first. Interesting.
As supports picked first, and it kind of begs the question if Akuma's going to kind of follow the same trend that they did for game one and kind of secure their bot lane here. If I was kind of in their driver's seat, I'd probably look for at least a priority jungle. You can still opt into having a winning bot lane through saving your AD carry for R3 here. But they will actually lock in the Varus, just kind of saying this is what we want and we don't really care what you pick for bot.
Interesting. A Varus game? Hello. I've never seen it in groups ever. I mean, unless one of the unstreamed matches had a Varus in it, but definitely something to watch out for here. What build paths they go, what playstyle they choose to adapt here. With the Leona, obviously, Varus kind of is one of the notoriously known not to be a very fast champion, and Leona notoriously known not to be the Warden, protect the VIP type of champion. You always want to see her in the front line, team fighting and stuff like that. Yes, you could just stun, you could kite away a little bit, but this Nautilus is going to be focusing on this Varus for those easy dredge lines. And Xayah, to top things off, we got the 2v2 happening in the bot lane. This is it.
Yeah, Xayah been picked up a couple times so far by Ducko Bark over the course of this season. I believe both only one game so far, and it was actually a win. So that kind of boosting the confidence there. The LeBlanc actually going to be taken away from Fluke this game. Yuna deciding that he wants that one in his hands. Cast, and now the hover. Potentially a good answer here actually into this matchup. That passive really does a good job at kind of negating some of that burst magic damage. Okay, one of my personal favorites, Auction, locked in here for this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, I want to see these type of picks coming out early in the series instead of just saving it to last, I guess, or when it's crunch time. We did. Akuma don't want to be 2-0 and trying to do something special here. They should just do it as it is a best of one. And so Akshan here it's an interesting pick. It's going to be strong in laning phase. It's going to be really, really good. However, it's going to it's going to make you kind of have to pick another lane where you are absorbing that damage. So an Ornn or tank top here would be ideal, because Leona cannot be the only frontliner here, and Akshan actually excels with frontliners, so does Varus. So we'll see how that pans out, but I do like this LeBlanc pick as well, even pressuring more that Varus pick from Akuma Blades.
I think the Lilia ban actually makes a lot of sense here by Return to the Middlesticks. Lilia's been something that Akuma's been leaning on quite heavily, at least on the latter half of this season. They're going to ban away the Jarvan here, which is something that, pardon me, I'm having a brain fart. Lexus has picked up multiple times to kind of facilitate the early games here. Diana now going to be the final ban hover. Makes a lot of sense if this does actually meet the table. Akuma kind of building up this this AoE comp, able to knock him down with the double marksman here of the Varus and Auction. Kind of building up anything else for this kind of zone control is going to be very, very beneficial, at least for their composition here. And it'll be interesting to see what they kind of take with this R4 pick.
Yeah, it's also interesting, like when you look at stats, like there's not much stats available that you could probably accurately say, like in the mid lane, if Akshan did go against LeBlanc, one is going to win and the other is going to lose. If you wanted to like have a good enough sample size, yes, like in Diamond it's maybe more accurate because there's a lot of more Diamond players, but that's like the win percentage sways heavily from Diamond to Master. It's like the total, it's like flip-flops almost. But if that's any indication, we should see Akshan having an easy time in lane. But outside of that, having this Evelyn picked here, also going to provide them kind of the positioning advantage that they desperately needed last game. To be precise, Hexmix was trying to be out of position on the Zid, out of vision. This Evelyn could do so with just a passive, which is obviously what they could use, and to just be able to catch players on the other side. And Lee Sin, locked and loaded here for ROTM. It's going to be one of those games. It's going to be one of those Lee Sin games where we see some mechanical outplays possibly. And the Akali, these are some heavy mechanical champions here that like you could potentially have awesome outplays, some Reddit montage clip moments.
The Akali pick confuses me just a little bit here for the side of return. Camille was put on the ban table last game, something that Schneider has actually played a decent amount of, at least in solo queue. Gwen, also something that was up on the table, fairly safe, blind matchup for a player that tends to favor carries. Gnar, actually, another one.
Oh, Garen Sovereign, is it going to be a Garen game in Runeterra Academy? I think this is a one-off. Like, we haven't
Spice draft.
I haven't seen a Garen in this group at all on the streamed games. So there's going to be a breath of fresh air. Aside for Soul Rise for sure here, seeing what they are able to do on this champion, because the W is going to be super clutch, right? You got the LeBlanc, you got the Dredge line, so you got the Lee Sin as well going in on him. So it's going to be interesting to see how this lane pans out, the Akali versus the Garen. Obviously, if you see Irelia, you insta-lock the Garen. I understand that, but, you know, despite that, their team comp is looking really good, rounding that off with some tankiness, but also that split push pressure that Garen also kind of provides, you know, because he's super fast with the Qs and sometimes hard to catch.
This is going to be really interesting, at least to see kind of how this Garen itemizes into this game. He's got a number of options that he can go. Most common is going to be kind of the Triforce build path here, but he could go the more damage-oriented Eclipse. He could go Divine if he really wants to. He could opt for the Hull Breaker. In some cases, we could see some Hull Breaker gameplay here. And vice versa. I mean, you got the Akali at least into this top lane as well. Are we going to see kind of the Chem Tank variant that had been creeping up for a few patches over the course of the last couple months? Is this going to be more of the Rift Maker kind of sustained damage, more AP heavy kind of Akali build that we're more used to, at least for these kind of more solo lane Akalis? But Proof, one thing I really want to keep an eye on, and this is, you know, my kind of personal favorite as a main of the champion, but it's going to come down to this mid lane. I want to see this auction absolutely pop off.
Yeah, that's going to be something to watch out for. You know, this auction pop off, the resets are going to be really useful at the later stage of the game. You know, something to note is what Aksha could do around objective fights, and if you, let's say, die, you could feel better if you all in and you have an Akshan who's super fed to just be able to get you those resets, and then you just like rinse and repeat that, right? So you always are faster on the tempo. It's favoring you heavily in that regard, and when it's a 50-second death timer, that's gonna be that's gonna be crucial, right? So With that said, though, I believe this Garen into the Akali should be Garen favored as well. That R5 yet another time leaving it for Legoat James. So I've been seeing kind of a trend here from Akuma Blades, leaving the last pick for the top laner, and maybe ROTM could read into that, or maybe they kind of expected that. Regardless, they did blind the Akali here for that top lane, so they could have they probably had it coming. Akuma Blades also have the possibility of not only playing through the Garen, but I feel like this time around, Legoat James, understanding what's at stake, could pressure this Akali, and Akali can't make a play happen, right? So we're gonna have to see the junglers help out the solo laners here heavily. And if you are Evelyn right now, you're just chilling. You have to go for that level 6, and you just have to tell the team, yo, you know what? Until I get to level 6, just don't die. You know, Lee Sin can't do anything if you're not overextended. Lee Sin can't do anything if you have vision and you could see him. So Evelyn Hexmas just needs to chill here until level 6 and then make some plays happen that way. I think it's going to be slower start for Akuma for sure, and the pressure is going to be this time around for ROTM to make anything happen in that early game.
I agree. Kind of doubling back to your point about the objectives and kind of getting these auction revives and these team fights. Return to the Middlesticks has a lot of ways to really start off some of these fights. You know, Lee Sin can jump in, Akali finds that flank, LeBlanc finds the flank, or Nautilus hook. You know, if it's really on Akuma to make sure that they're not caught out and forcing these early deaths, at least before objectives. If auction has to go for those kind of ally revives, and especially if it's not a Hex Tech soul again like we saw in the last game, it's going to be quite a walk back to these objectives off that respawn. If Return to the Middlesticks is ready to kind of pull the trigger and just force fights over and over and over again, not allow Akuma to kind of get back into these fights, into these neutral objective situations, they should have a relatively easy time securing the objectives, but it'll really come down to, I guess, how this Evelyn ends up flanking and finding that kind of last caress damage execute on some of the squishier members of Return.
It would just have to, I guess, also for both sides, we have to root for these brave players today, because there's probably a lot of jurors, a lot of nervousness going into it, and you know, it is a semi-final game, so whoever wins is gonna go to the finals. That's it. You know, you made it, essentially. So you have to give it all your all. If anything, this is even more important than the finals, because this is just to see if you're better than Return of the Middlesticks for Akuma, because Akuma have been struggling at the group, so I don't know how they even made it to the semifinals, but good job to them. This is just another test they just have to overcome. But for ROTM, they are the favorites going into it, so they should easily make their way towards the finals. Obviously, when I'm saying easily, I'm using it looser terms, right? But that's just the way we're looking at this bigger picture, right? We haven't streamed a game from Return to Middlesticks, so they are looking good on stream already, and I feel like if they are going to replicate the same type of results from last game, it should be on Yuna to make those plays happen. And obviously, LeBlanc is even slippier than Ari here, so it's hard to catch. We'll see how that pans out. With that said, if you're predicting, man, Sovereign, which team are going to predict? Let's take the nameplates out, because predictions are happening right now, and people in the chat. 11K on ROTM. Okay, which one of the mods did that? It had to be the mods. There's no way that's 11K out of the gate. Anyway, Sovereign.
Yeah, if you took nameplates off, reasonably speaking, I probably give it to blue, and the only reason I give it to blue is I think it's an easier comp to pull off. As much as I would deeply love to see a Garen Evelyn auction comp pull out the win here, I think the onus on execution is much less to the side of Return of the Middlesticks than it is for Akuma here. Don't get me wrong, they've got some really interesting opportunities to kind of push advantages, hold on to these leads, kind of get really scrappy in some of these fights. But no, for all intents and purposes, I would say I'd say blue definitely has easier time.
Yeah, I think looking at the draft, yes, their laners are actually quote unquote countered, right? The Akshan into the LeBlanc, Garen into the Akali. So, but is that enough for Akuma Blade? Because I feel like if Akuma Blade can't pull off the win here, I think it's just going to be devastating mentally, because they have very good solo lanes right now. And I'm talking about like the Garen literally into the Akali. Akali can't do anything, like can't even look for the solo kill. It's just virtually impossible to kill the Garen on the 1v1 unless Lee Sin joins in. But same goes for Akshan. Pretty mobile champion, could run around the map easily looking for the roams, and so does LeBlanc. So Yuna, we're seeing on the solo 1v1s looking exceptionally well. It's just a matter of replicating those results for RTM the second game, and more so Akuma Blades having to play towards their advantages because they are on the red side. They got those counter plays happening. So we'll see what happens. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be our sign. Our mark tosses over to a break. We'll be right back with the senior class semifinals. Return to Middlesticks versus Akuma Blades. We are back, and it just looks like some early action is about to unfold on Summer's Rift. But before that, for those of you guys are tuning in for first time, there is the predictions that's underway as well. I think you kind of ran out on that. But besides that, let me do the honors of introducing myself and my co-caster. My name is Proofcast. I'm joining here on the casting with Sovereign for the first time ever here for him as a guest on Senior Class. How are we feeling today after watching that first game?
Honestly, that was a banger. We saw a lot of interesting fights. We got to see the downtown Jinx Rocket steal a Baron. We saw the Tryndamere backdoor attempt that nearly ended off the game merely seconds before it actually happened. And yeah, I mean, even just taking a look at game two, we got a lot of spicy picks for the side of Akuma, and I mean, come on, who doesn't like a good Garen?
Yeah, who doesn't like a good Garen, right? Except people in solo queue, perhaps. I'm just assuming that. But this bot lane is where the action is at for me personally, because both the supports want to go in, want to be aggressive here, pressure the wave, pressure this ADC to make a mistake here on the other side. And what's better champion to do that than this Nautilus, just to walk up? And you can see already they're going blow for blow. Ratchet and a cat or a Kodsk. I don't know how to say that, but I'm just gonna call him the Nautilus here. The wave is looking actually pretty competitive. Both ADCs are able to see us, but I think it's gonna eventually push into the Xayah. Oh, here we go. Look out, James, level 2 advantage going in. Pretty hot, and they are not running the Ignite Ghost for Lego James, and that's an early disconnect. They might have to pause.
Could at least be over the pause timer here for spectator delay. I think we're okay.
Yeah, we're good.
That being said, though, I do definitely want to analyze this top lane here. This Garen is going to be a really interesting lane. I'll kind of double back to the auction a bit later. Ooh, we actually have an invade here.
We got a lot of action breaking out though. Bot lane and bot side jungle. The root is good, and as I do say that, Hexmix has to flash away. The follow-up is there. Hexmix did not want action early on this Evelynn, as you can't do much in the face of the Lee Sin. The Forest Blood, Yuna secures it. The Dredge line goes wide, but Flash was burned, and Ratchet throws out the emo.
That's just pure disrespect from Hexmas. You know Akali, or not Akali, pardon me, LeBlanc and Lee Sin are there. Your mid laner has already walked back to your mid wave. Like, there's no reason to continue that invade. You can't place your trinket down. Like, what is the purpose? Yeah, no, I mean, good on Yuna for capitalizing on that first blood, picking up the free advantage, but I really don't know what was going through Hex's mind.
Yeah, Hex, on the Evelynn, like I said, I think it would just be better for him if he just farms up, gets that level 6 on the Evelynn, then he could make a lot more plays happen on the map, because I don't think he could compete with this Lee Sin. Speaking of that, Ratchet gets hooked, and Yuna flashes for the kill. The electrocute comes through. The kill is good. Yuna with the second one, back-to-back kills now in the second game, and return of the Middlesticks. They're heating it up. It's warm water right now for Akuma. Blades and Ratchet is gonna get dived on, and Yuna finds the third. The root is good. Nautilus picks up the fourth kill actually in the game, and that's just a beautiful dive. Textbook League of Legends coming out from RTM.
There's a lot to unpack there. I mean, Hexmas kind of just getting the speak a special, dying at his buff from the enemy mid laner, kind of immediately after respawning here, but a really good setup from Return of the Middlesticks. They had a great wave advantage in the bot lane and started slowly stacking up that minion wave for the level 3 crash. Really good, at least initial invade look by Lexus and Yuna to find that pick, and really there's just nowhere left to run for Keyboarder and Ratchet, who are going to fall right under that tower.
Now they have to rely on this Garen to make anything happen, because for Luke, it's out of the question. He can't 1v1 this LeBlanc at all. So the only other solo lane here, Lego James, is the only one who hasn't gone down, and Nautilus is actually on the roam. Now they're targeting the strong side from Akuma Blades, and they want to weaken that as well. Yuna really going for some cheesy plays there. It doesn't interrupt the call on time, but yeah, now they have to put the Garen back him up in the corner here. That's the play, because they sorted out the issue in the mid lane. LeBlanc is miles ahead of the Akshan here. 3 kills and 300 gold bounties. Should be smooth sailing from here on now, and they actually picked up the Dark Seal, so that's just signaling even more of a red flag for Akuma Blades to worry on this LeBlanc.
Now, realistically speaking, I would actually swap Garen and Auction here. I think, like, Auction has a pretty decent lane into the Akali. Ooh, Dredgeline gonna come down, actually.
Oof, unfortunate for the Varus. Like we said, he is one of the most immobile champions here, the most immobile ADCs, and not having that Thresh Lantern going to cost them there. Ratchet couldn't do much there, and that's what I was talking essentially about before the game started, right? Leona wants to be in the front line, not much of a peel champion there. Can't protect Varus too much here, and positioning is going to be everything. So Keyboarder bites the dust. No kill whatsoever to trade for Akuma. They don't have much going for them, really. The carries are all struggling.
No, like, realistically speaking, I would probably swap Auction and Garen around. And the only reason being, like, with Auction having a pretty decent matchup to the Akali, we're actually...
Oh my god, the repeat gang! Bear is literally just respawning. He goes back to the fountain of the dredge line. Ratchet can't... Oh, is he going to survive, though? Barely with a sliver of HP there, but such an unfortunate turn of events for AKM Keyboarder here on the Varus. 3rd time dying.
You know what? I'm gonna respect Return of the Middlesticks not wanting me to tell Akuma how to try and salvage this laning phase in any aspect, as they look to turn their attention to the dragon here. But yeah, this early deficit already starting to make itself known. Proof this Dirk is actually a really big spike for the Xayah, as we see a good trade here into the top lane as well by the Garen.
Yep, there it is. That's going to cause them early prio over this Drake, an early take. Can't be too mad about that. It's an Infernal. Maybe it's going to be an Infernal Soul. That could be dicey. Both teams would want that for sure.
Absolutely. Ocean going to be the next one to spawn here in about 4.5 minutes. And it does actually really play into both teams wanting to be able to get that one, especially... if Ocean Soul were the play, unfortunately, good trade.
Oh, look out, James! The perfect answer comes with the Demacian. Justice reigns from above, and there it is. Legoat James finds the solo kill. Nicely done. I mean, you can't really argue against that as to why Akali is not going to win that. It's going to come down to execution 100% of the time, and you see the turret aggro is what swayed the advantage to go over to Legoat James on that 1v1.
You know, it's a really good use of Garen's W, their courage as well, kind of negating some of that initial burst damage on the second Akali R there, so not able to find the full execute value on the R2, able to trade back enough damage to proc the execute and slap her down with that auto attack.
Yep. And, you know, just moving on everywhere else on the map. That's the only kill they got. So that's a strong side from Akuma, right? Garen putting in the work there, and in draft, that's what we expected. But we did not expect Hexmas to be 0-2. We did not expect AKM Keyboard to be 0-3 this early on into the game. And they need to work on that right now going into the mid game as to iron out some of the mistakes they have been doing. Because if ROTM focus on this weak side, it's just going to be impossible for this Varus to get back into the game.
Yeah, and I mean, X-Fluke has a decent opportunity to try and roam here. But
here's Hexmas. That's the Evelyn Charm comes through. Now this is the play that we're talking about, but Akuma are going to get out traded. It's just too much damage from Barco Duck. And Yuna is going to go in. Hello, Yuna finds the root on X-Fluke, and Lex is looking for that Sonic Wave. Flashes for it, does connect, and there it is. Secured in the bag is the kill. Akshan is a dead duck. 0-1. And they're going for more. Keyboarder zoned out, going to E on top of himself, but not going to do much else.
You know,
Legoat James in trouble here, though. The Ignite with Perfect Execution comes through. Schneider finds the revenge.
No, at this point, I think they should probably just change the name from Return of the Middlesticks to Return of the Sharks, because these guys smell blood in the water. Every
Yep.
opportunity they're looking to punish Akuma Blade. Any misstep, any random positioning here, Barco Duck might... Well, okay, he will flash away, keeping himself safe, but... Yeah, no, I love this. I love this aggression coming through from ROTM, and flash over the wall by Heximus there.
Okay, he walks away. All right, respect, respect. He finds that kill onto the Zaya. They needed that desperately because guess what? Zaya is just fountain of gold at this point. She had like 300 gold bounty or maybe 400. I could be mistaken. A 400 gold bounty on this LeBlanc. Still has to be careful. Here comes Akshan ulti. Body blocked by the one and only Nautilus.
Yeah, kind of a bit of a weird use of comeuppance there. There's no way that really kills or finds really any kind of advantage, at least from blowing the cooldown. But
Maybe a laning phase advantage is what he was looking for, but laning phase advantage is all in favor of Yuna. 403, the playmaker. And I feel like ROTM do play through their mid lane a lot. Like, they have a good rotating mid laner to go for that 4-man dive in the bot lane. Speaking of that, Puma's bot lane headed for the rocks here if they don't do anything here. Oh, the Varus ult goes wide, and Barco Duck might be able to get that kill, but AKM Keyboard slows down Barco Duck, which in turn saves the support here. Ratchet will live to fight another day.
Man, it was good initial planning, at least through Barco Duck, to try and avoid at least inputting too much damage into Ratchet with that W still up, negating some of the damage with the bonus armor and MR there. But ultimately it does end up costing them the kill, not able to find enough damage at least to put Ratchet into the ground. They will find the advantage at least getting the wave into tower and forcing them off, but pressure is going to continue here with the Rift Herald drop into the mid lane.
That's an early Rift Herald. You know, picking up some crucial plates in the mid lane, no more plates, and I mean that's going to be the mid lane tower almost already 1 foot in the grave, so you know, it's just looking to be one of those games where ROTM going to have that early advantage, potentially snowball and make that avalanche factor that it's just hard to stop.
I mean, there's still going to be time for Akuma here, and Ratchet now hitting 6, unlocking that Solar Flare. This is going to be the main cooldown that they want to try and play around. This is going to be a long-range engage tool. Try and pick somebody out. Try and find these opportunities for the Varus ult, follow-up, any kind of Evelyn flank, or charm for that matter, to kind of catch someone off guard, get some gold back in their pockets, scale back up into this game, but order.
Oh no, keyboarder, deja vu for game 1, not like this, Varus. You know what he's been doing? He's just been eating on top of himself the entirety of the game, because he's just been getting engaged on and collapsed on. So, feels bad for the Varus. I would have liked seeing a more, a faster champion who's able to self-heal a bit better than this Varus here in the second game, especially Schneider now. Has to be careful, get collapsed on here. Forces him to back away with the ulti.
You know, I don't want to meme his death too much, but at this point, I think the Riot song "As We Fall," which was done for Varus specifically, is, you know, pretty fitting. I do feel bad for the guy,
to say the least.
all things considered, but
yeah, they're just trying to tilt this ADC from last game. I can already imagine the emotions going into this. It's going to be a hard one to come back from. But Lego James finding a golden opportunity here to get that shutdown, but they're going to give it over to Keyboarder. He deserved that one as well. So, at the end of the day, they still have Yuna and they have Lexus to deal with, even after dealing with Barco Duck. So, the list is long of to-do list for Akuma Blades to see a better result for the second game, but the Solar Flare going to force that Yuna to go back. Still not going to stop him from getting that first tier turret in the mid lane as well as the bot lane, and now possibly the top lane as well. So that's all the outer turrets, almost, at least the first tier turrets, gone down from Akuma Blade. So
it's a lot to invest for a kill onto the Zaya, who's not able to be shut down with Heximus having flashed under the bot tier 1 tower previously. You know, you trade a lot of gold over for a single kill. You're not really getting anything back. Waves aren't in a decent enough shape to kind of push anything back off these resets by Return of the Middlesticks. So all in all, a lot invested for very little gained here, Proof.
Yeah, Hexmix still trying to get back into the game. Having that first kill and 1 assist is definitely good. The step that you want to see on the Evelyn here to make anything happen, because the later this game goes, the more agency she will have, and the Xayah has to really be careful. Couple of targets, for example, Schneider is one, Lexus is one. They could all fall to this assassin, Evelyn. But speaking of that, Ratchet is going to be a collapse on here. Not looking too good, not looking too healthy. The red line is good. Who comes through Hexmith is history. And Schneider here with a Akali is dancing around Legoat James, but wants to pick up the kill is going to be Lexus. He scoops a double kill here. 15-4 in ROTM. They're looking scarier than the first game.
And the 6k gold advantage is starting to be felt for sure. You know, wasn't really enough reaction time or opportunity for Hexmas to even last Crest out. No opportunity for the flash. Legoat James, I don't know if his flash just came up off cooldown, but kind of similar boat as well, as the dive into the mid lane is going to happen here.
Yeah, they're not gonna leave anybody alive here, but Varus pops the pops the heal, gets the shutdown. Nice outplay there. You know, he's not out of the fight yet. Overstepping there from Yuna. He overestimated or underestimated the damage coming out from Varus. You could see Fluke looking for something here. Okay, he's not gonna get engaged on because he's playing it safe this time around.
He can pick the fight with Akali if you were to find her. He does have shield though up. Ignite the only real tool to kind of cut that healing there by Schneider. And it won't matter as he'll back away. But Dragon spawning up in 50 seconds here. Akuma has the opportunity to kind of establish some vision here, to be able to go back to the basics, look for these picks with Solar Flare, with Chain of Corruption as it comes up. But Legoat James up in the top lane, he doesn't have TP, so this would be a 4v4, at least for the time being.
This is huge. Picking up these bounties will in turn cause Akuma to stay still be in this horse race. They just need more bounties to go in their favor. 500 gold bounties should be the starter. Alexis hasn't died once, so it's still impressive, but you know, high chance of him going down at least once in this game. So that's another 500 gold bounty for Akuma. Blades on the map on the board here. But speaking of that, just getting caught out in their own turf here. Ratchet has to flash away, and Faluk disengages because Ratchet is safe. However, that might be another Drake, and Soul Point secured from ROTM. They're looking for more here. They're gonna go down. Okay, Yuna interrupts the recall here, but however, he's gonna walk right into the death trap. Sulfur comes through. Ratchet looking healthy, but not too healthy to stay alive. They're in the collapse. This is textbook League of Legends. Forget about the Drake. Focus on HP bars on the other side, and they're gonna secure the Drake again for the third time. That's Soul Point for ROTM.
And that almost looked pretty tight for Yuna there. Oh, we're gonna keep going a little bit.
Okay. All right, Legoat James, Samasian fighter here. Not going to use his ult just yet. However, it does secure 1 kill in return. That's 1 for 3 or 1 for 4 at the end of the day. It's not looking negative for Akuma Blades. I'll say that. I'll leave it at that. 4K gold lead for ROTM makes this almost hard. I mean, not impossible though for Akuma Blades to find a way back.
Yeah, at this point, Akuma's kind of backs against the wall here. They really need to try and utilize these objective bounties as much as they can. You know, Auction has a pretty good time cutting down these waves, getting this fast push going. Potentially gonna have to look to try and take this bot tier 1, get some gold back in their pockets while defending the Baron as best they can. You know, it's not going to be the easiest thing for Fluke to get back up there too quickly. But at this point, it's going to come down to just trying to maintain any kind of semblance that you have in this game, carve out a niche, carve out that sliver of hope. And unfortunately, it's going to come on the back of these standing gold values.
Could be diver to the top side. And yeah, just very methodical in the way that they're taking turrets here. They're pushing lane. Dakshan is focused on that bot tier, but Akuma Blade have defended their top side tier 2 here. Yuna looking for all-ins out of vision. That's what you want to do on the LeBlanc. They do spot out Hexmist here. He could potentially get burst down here if the dredge line does connect. And there it is. This is the opportunity to go James needs, and there is that silver lining we're talking about. Nicely done, Demacian Justice to pick up that kill. Just to rinse and repeat that. Pick as many players as they can with that style, and Akuma Blade. Look, they found the bounty on the bot side, so they're not out of this one just yet. 150 gold bounty on this auction.
And this is what they're gonna really just have to keep doing, finding these small advantages and making whatever kind of minor advantages that they can. They're getting good cross-map pressure here out of X-Fluke. He does want to try and stay on this tower. He's actually going to opt for the Krugs here, which I don't necessarily agree with. But if Baron is going to end up being the look here, potentially by Akuma, he's going to have to walk up and kind of pull some of this pressure. 210 on the next Dragon here proof, but it looks like Baron's going to be our fighting objective.
And I would send an honor to Keyboarder right after this game, because staying level-headed in this game takes a lot of practice, a lot of patience. And, you know, actually Riot is doing a new thing where they are going to give skins away for people who are honor level 5. And I feel like Keyboarder would be up to the task, unless he's flaming right now to his teammates. He's like, guys, what's going on here, man? I'm dying 5th time. Last game wasn't that good, but we're seeing the Varus have a little bit more resources here. That is a 22-minute mark on the time. Hexmix is possibly going to get this kill here. Okay, going to force out the Featherstorm. That's what you want to do. Just keep the pressure on.
This is a good number of tools, at least to start off the next fight or look for their next pick. Solar Flare and Chain of Corruption are both available for Keyboarder and Ratchet here. And with Barco Duck only having Cleanse to try and get out of one of those 2 CC options, they can still find a way to lock her down and pick up a very much needed kill onto this AD carry.
Now, 50 seconds. This is going to come down to the wire. Who's going to be able to take the Drake? Because if ROTM get the Drake, then they're in a good position here. But Hexmas needs to do everything possible to get that Drake right now, because that if RTM get the Drake, it's going to be another Elder, early Elder. So that's a problem. Hexmax going all in. They pinched them in a corridor at the choking point, but Barco Dog trying to stay alive, and Hexmas finds one. Yuna finds one as well. This is looking
down
good so far. This is really, really good. Yuna gonna come over the wall here. Hexmas in a lot of trouble. That's a double, and now the one left alive here from their side is gonna be the Fluke in this mid lane. They'll go James over the top side to make anything happen, and Schneider has to also be careful. 2v1 for a Fluke as well. So still keeping that pressure on, keeping it alive, and Fluke really carrying the team here in the mid lane fight. Nicely done with the damage chart. I wish we had damage charts like Riot. That would be awesome. But oh, look up! James goes in on the 2v1. Flash spurt. All right. He goes all the way in, but cannot find the kill eventually. Even the ulti there wasn't enough to get that kill. However, it buys enough time for possibly for the Drake to go down. No smite was available. Actually, Hexmas did have the smite. He opted not to use it. Schneider now dancing around with the Shroud. Could possibly go in here. Sonic Wave does connect. Ratchet could get kicked back by the Dragon Kick, but not going to be the play. Lexus goes gold, and Schneider is there as well. Goes in on the Akali, assassinates one. Now Blast going out. Not good. The kills are already steady. 2 for 1, 2 for 3. Yuna finds one but goes down. The trades, however, are still looking for Akuma Blades, as they are the ones to need it the most.
Akuma's showing in game 2 again. They are going to breathe some life back into this game. They will not go down without a fight. X-Fluke finding these revives in crucial points. Oh, I probably wouldn't revive that.
No need.
Yep, nope, shouldn't have been there. Ratchet can sit for 30 seconds. Think about what you've done.
Oh, Hex missed. Finds beautiful all in here. With one down, that's a blast cone. That's good. That's a step for Akuma Blades. They find 2 picks back to back. For losing that Leona, I think it's worth it.
This unfortunately can't be a Baron look either for the side of Akuma. They just don't have enough to cut through it at this point, and with 3 strong members for Return of the Middlesticks here in the Akali, Lee Sin, and LeBlanc, it's very, very hard to take that objective safely. Taking those reduced resistances down while fighting the Baron makes it almost a death wish against the double AP threats.
This is good for Akuma Blades now that they have more control on the game. Like they have a better grip on the macro compared to that last or the first 10 minutes. Nothing was going in their favor, and this Varus was struggling. But now they're finding that you know, through resilience, they could possibly come back in this game and have those mental resets because they can still go for those Drakes, Soul Point, yes on ROTM, but they could draw this game out a little bit from the side of Akuma Blades, and Ratchet's gonna get engaged on. Not another time, Leona. You're 0-7, gotta watch out. And Solar Flare comes with the magnificent stunner there with the Solar Blade, or Solar Flare. Is it gonna be enough though? Schneider goes over the wall. Here comes the ulti. There it is. X-Fluke pulls a rabbit out of the hat here, gets the kill, gets the reset. Actually doesn't get the reset because Akali wasn't the one who killed Leona there, but nonetheless, still. That's an Akali for Leona. You take those any day.
Absolutely, yeah, no, and having the Akali threat down here as she dives into the backline is just very, very important. It looked good for an initial start there by Keyboarder, who landed the chains onto the Akali to prevent Ratchet from going down initially, but as the Solar Flare came down and Schneider dives into the backline, there's no longer any peel for Keyboarder to try and keep himself alive. You know, Ratchet diving right back into the front line, trying to CC up who he can, leaves Keyboarder just out on an island by himself.
Another fry breaks out. It's 100-0 real quick for Hex missed. He did have the flash there, but I don't think he could have gotten out of that one because the dredge line connected. You have to flash the dredge line there. Maybe you'll get away from the Sonic Wave if you sidestep, but yeah, unfortunate to see the junglers down. This could be an early Baron tick or a 27-minute Baron tick because of that. So 25-second timer for Hex miss, gonna allow ROTM to easily knock this Baron off the map. And Ratchet can't do much here to contest.
Solar Flare steals it?
I don't know. That's not.
I will, yeah.
There it is. Easy Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, clutch smite. Risk of steal too high. Gotta make sure you secure that one. But yeah, no. In all honesty, proof like Hexmas looking for that play onto Bark under that tier 2. As soon as you saw the Nautilus and the Lee Sin, that you call that off. There's too much opportunity for Return of the Middlesticks to go through this game and snowball these advantages, and you're kind of just handing that one over. You know Baron is going to be the next objective look. It just doesn't make a lot of sense.
I mean, not to demean Akuma Blade's plays there, but it's just the fact that you gotta almost perform perfectly from this point on out to have a possibility to win this game. Chain of Corruption, that's a step here. Solar Flare, a lot of peel. Oh, that's a perfect execution there. Nicely done. Schneider with one, Lee Sin with one, and Lexus goes for more. Legoat James, the only one here on that side at least. Hexmesh is on the other side, has the ult away, so they're just zoning him out. Beautifully done from ROTM. The Akshan is at base, so he can't get in here on time. So they just have to kiss goodbye to this Soul. And it's going to be the Mountain Soul, to say the least, which is going to provide even more sustain, more peel, advantages for ROTM to be able to fight in these 5v5s.
Find a tower back here, but with Mountain Soul going over to ROTM, it kind of puts situations from bad to worse. You're already having a tough time kind of cutting through the lifelines of Return of the Middlesticks, and adding this additional shield only makes the task that much more daunting. You do have lethality Varus. Maybe Serpent's Fang becomes the necessary angle here. Try to cut through the shielding for not only just the Dragon Soul, but Nautilus and Lee Sin as a whole. But, you know, I just don't know if it's enough to really make it happen.
They're going for the flank here, Akuma Blade. Maybe they can pull this off, but Akesmas has to be on point. Just dies too early here. And however, Xayah gets collapsed on. That's a dead Xayah. So Akuma Blades have a way back in this. They make an improbable play, an extraordinary showing of resilience. However, Lex is still healthy. Schneider still healthy enough, but can't get a kill here. But Lexus does find the kill back. That's going to be the 2v1 for him. Gets the GA proc. Can he make anything happen here? Keyboarder is fairly squishy. Hex mixed. Comes back with the resets. So that's the Akshan power in late game. Provides a way back in for Akuma. It's only 3k gold apart. Lexus, can you do anything here? Hexmix goes in. Doesn't find the charm. Does find it eventually, but... oh, no, not like this. The slows comes through. The ult comes through. He flashes for it. They're dancing around each other. None of them coming out on top.
Yeah, and as with the Evelyn passive coming down, he is going to get a little bit of health back here every second. Going to tick back up to just below half. But the Dragon Shield does come back up, and that will probably dissuade any more aggression here by Hexmist. We're really close to taking down Lexus there.
Got the Elder now in a couple of minutes. That could be the biggest fight, right? That determines who will walk out of this one on top.
Yeah, looking forward here. Objective bounties still up and on the table for Akuma. Baron spawning in 2 minutes, so you can kind of play this one out. Serpent's Fang has been picked up by Keyboarder, which we thought was likely going to have to be the look. And it looks like, I want to say it's IE next for Faluke on this auction. Maybe a Void Staff on the table for Heximus, so kind of take this opportunity, farm up what you can, see if you can get to these item spikes here. That's some damage.
Yep. However, it's not enough damage to fully assassinate the assassin herself. LeBlanc gets to live with flash up, so it's a big positive for Yuna. You know, the pressure's still on the table. Double pink here, okay. It's a bit of a communication mistake. Now they don't have pink to get more control over their top side jungle here, but in the meantime, Fluke is providing that pressure with the bot side with the turret of his own, so this is what they exactly need to get back into the game. So when you have bounty on turrets, it's just better to surrender your own turrets because you're going to get those bounties on the other side, so it just equalizes it better in my opinion. But the play here, definitely favoring Akuma Blades with the Baron spawning under 50 seconds and 2 minutes for the Elder. Both teams have to be on point, have to have all the ults up, summoners up to be able to go for that 5v5. It's going to be deadly.
These are the power spikes that we were looking for based on this bounty. IE is now complete for Fluke. A Void Staff picked up here by Heximist. These are the spikes that we need to see before this Baron starts up in 20 seconds. There's nobody that can really go bot to kind of force down this remaining bot inhib tower.
Oh, Hexmax had to go for that. It was risky, but I do like the play nonetheless. It was the right thing to do, but just comes back to bite them at the end here. Schneider putting in a work here in the Shroud, buying enough time with the stopwatch, but Ratchet, rather tanky, doesn't have enough peel to protect Fluke here as the Akshan goes down. Does pick up one on the way into the grave, but look out, James here with the Demacian Justice running up above, does find one. This is getting really violent really quickly. Yuna will survive. Ratchet flashes away. Impressive stuff coming out. Look out, James doesn't get this kill. He's barely going to manage to do it. The Stride Breaker coming through. Nice shutdown here. Exactly what Akuma needed to get in this game, and that's a 2 for 3 at the end of the day. Was that Varus down as well? Not too sure, but on my end, I saw it's a 2 for 3 Akuma.
Yeah, no, really big fight here by Akuma coming in and kind of picking up the man disadvantage here with that 4v5 as Hexmist had already fallen. But really good use of some very key cooldowns there. The Solar Flare catching out multiple members. I believe Chain of Corruption had a decent spread as well. But but being able to pick up Yuna on the back end of that fight, Garen coming in with massive damage from the Demacian Q into kind of the final judgment, right? Or Demacian Justice, pardon me. There are good opportunities here. There are signs of life that Akuma can potentially snag this game out from under the nose of Return of the Middlesticks as we turn our eyes over to this Elder.
Yeah, this is an Elder right here. This is do or die. Can Akuma pull this one off? It's going to be a big task, a big ask, but they have the control, they have the prio, they do secure it. Evelyn is here. Oh, there it is. Lee Sin went for that 50-50. At the end of the day, he did not find the smite. They got that Elder now. This is going to be an easy Baron pickup. Akuma are counting their lucky stars.
Yeah, it's going to be the Baron rush here for Akuma to try and finish closing out this game. Return of the Middlesticks is going to run up this mid lane. They do have the wave, but it's not going to buy them enough time as the Baron will fall. Recalls are on the table. They're just going to crash it and be forced to back away. No real advantage able to be pulled through.
This is going to be another 50-minute game, man. Is it going to be another 45-minute game? It's just going on long enough that you are thinking that, right? And so far, I have to give it up for Keyboarder and Boop for staying in the game, staying in the horse race. And a lot of props for Legoat James hitting that level 18 before Schneider is ever in that vicinity. And Yuna, this time around, has a worthy adversary, right? Fluke. Last game was struggling a little bit on compared to Yuna, but this time around, Akshan finding some big impact plays actually. So the longer this game goes, the more it will favor this roster from Akuma Blades. Their draft, I think, just scales better. The Kali here is struggling already as it is. The Lee Sin's gonna fall off again, you know, and Death Cap completed for Evelyn. So this is definitely gonna favor Akuma Blades the longer it goes.
Yeah, and this doesn't need to be anything too crazy on this siege. Keyboarder just needs to kind of find some of these Qs here with the Elder Burn. He does have the Mura mana, or Mana Immune, pardon me, complete as well. So these are going to take good chunks out, especially with the Serpent's Fang, as Inhib's going to be the focus, and a good engage here.
Oh, this is the last hurrah from Return of the Middlesticks. They do find one. That's good. However, they're going to say goodbye to this inhibitor as it does fall. Now, you do not want to disrespect the Elder, so you want to be careful from the side of ROTM as to walk in. However, they did pretty good to hold off for now. It's going to be the quick reset from Akuma. And like we said, the Elder, yeah, they have to rush a 5v5, but they don't have to. They got traded there, so I think it's a good call for them not to double down on that, as to play this one methodically.
Ludic Dragon's gonna time out here. Baron is about 3/4 or 3/4 up, I believe. Waves aren't in great spots, but we will see Fluke walking down into the bot lane to try and catch this one up as Return to the Middlesticks start to shove back up this mid wave. They can stall out for Fluke to try and get some more damage down into this bot lane. Maybe pick up that second inhib. Grab better wave advantage before running it down into the top. Only person who can really stop you at this point is either going to be a massive collapse from Return to the Middlesticks or the little block, perhaps. But we see the rush down mid.
Well, the Goat James are able to do anything happen here, but Ratchet is going to get engaged on TPs. This is a Leona in the bad zone here, and yep, they're going to go down just like that. Barco Duck finds that kill. Nicely done. Legoat James in the vicinity here has to be careful. He's outnumbered, outmaneuvered, but Bruno, he's focusing his scopes on that. Demacian Justice not going to be used. He's not in range. But this is going to be the base stake from Akuma. They're focusing on this Nexus. Hello! There's just a couple of more hits. The base race. There it is. Akuma. They just flex their way. They just look at him wrong here for the last couple of minutes, and they come out on top. A well-deserved victory here in the second game. I don't know how they pulled this one off here, but they did so in a great fashion.
Call them 100 Thieves because that was a heist.
Yep.
Full credit where credit is due. You know, Akuma not letting the that disastrous kind of early game canyon ruin that mental, fighting back every step of the way, refusing to give an inch over to Return to the Middlesticks despite the odds. So really good
bounce back in that game 2, and looking forward to taking that momentum into game 3.
It's all about momentum here on out. I mean, ROTM, like I said, their draft was falling on that early game condition, and they didn't do terribly bad. I have to say, like, I think at some point there was like the Lee Sin just dominating every aspect of the jungle, and Hexmas wasn't getting anything. But Hexmas was going for that high impact, high risk, high reward type of play. Sometimes dying, yes, but then they stayed on the horse. They pulled off an improbable win here. We kind of ruled them out at that 15-minute mark or that 20-minute mark, but that was due to the fact that ROTM, they played to their win cons. The early game monsters came out of the gate guns blazing. Lee Sin was doing phenomenal. Zaya was having a lot of impact. But at the end of the day, Akuma, it was a marathon for them. And Akshan, Varus, as well as the Garen kept a level-headed mindset going into the late game, and that was beautiful work from all of them on that side. And I guess this is a 1-1. We got a 1-1 on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. You know, it's gonna be a long night for sure. I could feel it. I could feel it in the air. With that said, we're gonna toss it over to a quick break. We'll be right back with the third game in the dock. Hello. Yeah, I'm just taking my time here. Hello, guys. How's it going, everybody? It's a great day to be watching some League of Legends games. Um, and I gotta say, we did not expect that game to go in favor of Akuma Blades. Despite we know what they could do, but the game was just unfolding and unfolding, not in their favor. At one point, they saw a comeback. They played through their strengths. This Varus kept a really level-headed approach to the game, and that's good to see always. So, kudos to them. And with that said, Sovereign, what can we take away from that game? Because right now, ROTM versus Akuma Blades, it's 1-1. They're going they're
Yeah,
going
I'm,
head
I
to head.
mean, Akuma Blades decided to kind of pull out the, the little shiv from their back pocket when they were
Mhm.
backed into the corner. Decided to fight their way out from maximum damage. So, it's one of those things where we're gonna definitely want to see kind of how they bounce back. Is there that momentum shift? Does losing that game kind of affect of the Middlesticks and kind of how they
Mhm.
want to play out these early games where we've seen them really find these advantages and push these advantages? Um, that being said, on the flip side, Akuma's found themselves backed into a corner 2 games in a row now, and they've kind of put up a decent showing. Game one not going their way entirely, but game two finding that mark after kind of getting some of these core items off that objective bounty gold. So as we kind of go into draft 3 here, proof, it'll be interesting to see if we kind of see a similar trend into how both teams are drafting, or if we see changes with the side change.
Yeah. As we're reading up for draft, right? There's a couple of takeaways here. The champions that didn't perform last game, I feel like, for ROTM on the blue side. This time around they're going to be on the red side. So maybe this time around they bring out something that we haven't seen from them yet, because both teams played on the same side. So this third game is definitely different in that aspect, where there's going to be switch happening. And I feel like for the majority of games that we see on the red side, there's that fifth pick that offers teams a lot of flexibility, a lot of counter pick playability as well. So we might see that. Um, as the turning point for ROTM to get that win back that they so um, wanted in the second game, because they were heavily invested in the early game. They did everything they could. They pulled off some crazy rotational plays, and it just goes to show that the bounty system does work at the end of the day if you play your cards right. And we saw how a team like Akuma Blades, hey, they're not out of the fight just yet. Even when you're behind, like heavily on the Varus, you haven't gotten a kill. You're 1-5. You're 0-5. It's fine. You still got that factor, that X factor, that you could come back in the game anytime. And with that said, we're gonna dive right into the draft here soon. What should be the prio pick for Akuma Blades? Because this time around they are on the blue side.
I think for the side of Akuma Blades, it's going to come down to maybe having to take with the Jinx away.
Mhm.
But it's going to depend on their prio too. With them switching sides now, and after the kind of state of game one, how that turned out, they were forced to ban Jinx on the red side to avoid that repeat, which did shift priority over
Mhm.
to a Nautilus first pick instead of AD carry as in game one. So Kuma has the opportunity now to potentially take the Jinx, uh, potentially take an engaged support here, maybe secure the LeBlanc that we've actually seen kind of rise in priority over the course of these first 2 games.
Mhm.
Both mid laners taking a crack at it now, and kind of both having pretty pretty good success in both their respective games. So as we kind of jump into this, we'll see just how this
Yeah,
plays out.
we're gonna be jumping in right now. I think both teams are ready, and yeah, the B1 pick I think has been the Jinx so far. But if Jinx is not the B1 pick we saw last game, the support be the B1 pick, and maybe that's what um, ROTM are gonna be second guessing themselves about if they are ever on the blue side ever again, because they need to prioritize their champions differently after getting intel from that second game. For them right now, they just need to leave their solo lanes last, like pick them last at this point, right? So it could either be the top or mid, does not matter. Just play like how you've been playing in the first game. Try to go for some counter plays, because the Ari first game on looked incredible. It looked like they've been playing Ari their entire lives, and they haven't like played any other champion. Like that's how good the Ari looked. So if the Ari gets through the span phase, or if it's left up for grabs. I think ROTM should rush to pick that first on the red side, and Akuma, obviously, if the Jinx is up, they should probably pick that Jinx.
Yeah, I mean, if Jinx does end up hitting the table here, the way Akuma's at least been drafting over the course of the
Mhm.
first two games from red side, they've been answering with a full bot lane pairing, with R1 and 2. So if they want to kind of maintain that similar style, the next most
Mhm.
logical thing is either to first pick that RE4 Fluke here in this game, or maybe take a priority jungler so that you can still take a priority bot lane based on what you see in the first two picks of Return of the Middlesticks. Um, so we're still
Mhm.
waiting to get into a champ select here.
Yeah, I don't know what seems to be the issue here, but I don't know. Maybe we could get filled down on it. Both teams are in the lobby. Both teams say they are ready. Start. Okay, perfect. So let's just jump right into that. And yeah, let's see. The Ari pick or the sorry Ari ban comes in pretty hot. Oh, wait a minute. I'm just getting debated today. I'm just getting debated. That's gonna be the Trundle pick, but they did hover over the Ari, so I'm thinking they know they should ban that.
Yeah, or it's potentially the mind bait to say, hey, just so you know, this champion does exist, and we are willing to. It is in our minds too. So no, actually, will hit the ban table. They're not willing to at least put that on the first pick priority. So this will likely mean that we are going to either see the priority jungler here for Akuma, or this could end up being the Jinx, maybe even the Zeri if not banned away on the red side.
Interesting, the Karma ban. We're seeing the Karma and the Vex, so not really too worried about the Jinx just yet. Obviously, getting through these other champions that have a higher priority in the eyes of Return of the Middlesticks. And I think the Vex ban is okay. I think it's okay when you are worried about team fight too much, and having that Vex on the other side is also not that enjoyable to play against, and it's always a threat. So I like that ban. And yes, the Jinx is not going to be banned from the side of Akuma, but the RE was well deserved from the first game of Maro TM.
So this card, this definitely speaks to at least considering a first pick jungle, likely something that is a little bit more farm based, so that Karthus doesn't have the most free scaling time. And with the Jinx ban here, actually from Return of the Middlesticks, not only does it leave Zeri up at the Ash as well, and Zeri will actually be the first pick here for Akuma.
Yeah, I like that. Like, it's going to be the Zeri here. We haven't seen a Zeri game yet in the series, so it's going to be interesting to see how Keyboarder is going to utilize this very mobile champion compared to the last two champions he's been playing. This is so far is the fastest and the best to get away from skill shots, and it's going to come down to positioning, right? And Nautilus is going to be the general answer into this. For the third time, we're seeing this Nautilus, so it goes to show that consistency is everything for ROTM. They don't really care about picking different champions. They know that it works. They've tried it. They've tested it in their scrims. So why go away from that now? And Hecarim, we've seen what he could do in the first game and second game. It's definitely going to be something to watch out for here.
Yeah, and it makes the most sense, at least to try and take the strongest jungler off the board here. So I do like this lock in for Return of the Middlesticks. Braum is locked in here for Akuma as well, and with the LeBlanc gonna find the hands of Fluke again for the second time this series. And proof the Zeri Braum interaction is gonna be very fun to quick stack, to say the least. It's gonna be a very fast stun coming in here.
And Braum is generally, I don't know why not a lot of people use it. It's generally a good answer into the Corki mid lane, I think. You know, just stopping those rockets or helping fight back. But Ashe is going to be the ADC here. I don't know how I feel about this from ROTM. They're going for that heavy pick comp and potential dive comp with the Hecarim ult, the Ashe ult, as well as the Nautilus here. They want to snowball. Maybe they want to go for those 4-man dives. They've been particularly keen on doing the first two games.
I really do like this Ashe pickup here for Return of the Middlesticks. Little known interaction, at least for Ashe and Zeri. with Zeri scaling up, at least later into the game, those stacks after using her R for those bonus movement speeds. Everyone's seen the clips of the Zeri getting, crazy movement speed, crazy stacks. But the Ashe passive does actually slow that movement speed down. It's capped not as a base movement speed, but based on the bonus, at least for Zeri's interaction. So you can actually slow her down, very similar to how Nasus functions, at least with Wither. So something that we're going to want to watch out for, especially if Zeri kind of oversteps her means, doesn't have the ability to kind of double back and get some of that peel. So something I definitely want to keep my eyes on.
Interesting to see the Lee Sin saw another a ban here. The fact that ROTM played that themselves last game, they're banning it off the table as well as the Zed here. So I think doesn't hurt Hexmas too much here. Should still be able to play a decent jungler here. Maybe get back on that Evelyn. I mean, we saw what he could do with that later stage of the game. He just needs it to be cleaner in the early.
Absolutely, and with Lissandra Camille hitting the ban table as well, Akuma saying we don't want you to have any kind of further lockdown, and the depth charge and glacial arrow is already enough for us to want to deal with. And the Veigar is going to be locked in further zone control. Try and keep Akuma at bay. Return to the Middlesticks wanting to pick the fights when they want and on their terms. Jarvan now the hover for the side of Akuma.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Xin Zhao here, I think. It answers into the Akram decently. It's not the best case scenario for the Xin Zhao to be able to play against the Nautilus, against the Veigar, because once he goes in, there's literally no way out for him. So like there's a lot of C coming through on that side, and I'm excited to see how that's going to pan out for at least Akuma's jungler, because Hexmist, I think he needs those get out of jail free cards. I've seen how risky he plays, and sometimes he needs those getaways. And we saw Zed, he played Evelyn, so there's a lot different than those champions. But Xin Zhao should be really good early on, especially with the 2v2 jungle and mid matchup here. That they got. Veigar is good with Event Horizon. It's going to make this Hecarim picking up the kills much easier. But overall, I think you could see Akuma rounding their draft off with this Ornn.
Yeah, and with the Xin pickup as well, just kind of synergizing in with that Braum passive, trying to find these stuns even faster. But the Ornn is a really, really good tool here for the side of Akuma to start off these fights. What they were lacking, at least with these initial 4 picks, was something that kind of gets the ball rolling. They're kind of forced to wait in onto when ROTM wants to make something happen, whether it's with the Nod Hook, the Ash Arrow, or the Hecarim flank that we've seen from game 1 as well, which proved to be kind of a challenge for Akuma to deal with. So this Ornn pickup is going to be very, very strong. Call of the Forge God is a crazy ability, at least applying that brittle and those extended knockups, depending if you can get those two back-to-back runs. So definitely onus is on Akuma to make it happen here.
I mean, we'll see, right? It's a hard comp to not root for. Like it looks very good. It has this area, it has the Braum, it has the peel that it needs from the Ornn and damage soaker. It's like a sponge out there in team fight. So on the other side, you got the answers pretty well here. It's indicating that ROTM want to go for those dives. They want to catch players off with the arrows, Event Horizon, and Through the Mirror is just there because they need that split push because they don't have a very strong top laner who can split push. Ornn wants to be in team fights, so this is a great answer into the Ornn, in my opinion. I think it's going to provide so much pressure that ROTM will utilize on elsewhere on the map, because Hecarim is just going to be very, very fast going everywhere on the map. But the problem is, if after the laning phase, it's just going to come down to where are you positioned in around objectives. And if you have just Tryndamere split pushing like crazy, then guess what? You're going to get so much prio, whether it's top or bot. And I like this Veigar pick in general. I just think it's one of those picks that high reward highly rewarding, especially when you don't die early. I mean, even if you die early, you're still a champion. You still scale, so it's fine.
Yeah, no, I very much agree. Um, we didn't mention it before, but for those watching, Return to the Middlesticks has subbed out Schneider for their regular top laner Blind for this game. So different Tryndamere going to be piloted, at least for game 3 here for the side of RTM. Yeah, I just want to touch on that briefly.
Yeah, it's something good to note out here, right? Like last two games, it was Schneider, and one of the games he did actually play the Tryndamere, right? If I was honest, that's the first game he played.
Game
So,
1.
yeah, they won with Schneider Tryndamere. Are they going to win with Blind's Tryndamere? I mean, who knows, right? Maybe Blind has better communication with the team, whatever the reason is for him to be on the main team, right? Because usually we see subs also come in and then they underperform. But that was not the case with Schneider. Schneider actually did a good job first game and second game, arguably, right, on the Kali. Like he actually he was playing into Garen too, so it's like I think Schneider did a phenomenal job the first 2 games. I have to give him credit for that. So Blind, has to fill the void that Schneider provided in the first 2 games. We'll see how different it will look, but rest assured, Return of the Middlesticks, they are playing on the red side. This is probably competitives. People want to. 5v5 competitors, people want to be playing on the red side mostly. Just something that I noticed. They have more comfort picks, better access to counter plays. So we'll see how that pans out. With that said, I'm going to toss it over to a short break, Sauron. But before I do that, if you're a predicting or a gambling man, what's your money on?
If I was a predicting gambling man, I'm already 0 for 1 so far. But
Not
well,
looking yeah.
actually, you know what? Maybe I'm 1-0 because I did say I wanted to see the Garen auction win just for my own
You know when you bring that up, I actually do not condone gambling at all. I'm saying this just to be on the older brother unsolicited advice type things, because I did go to a casino like a while back, like almost a year, and bro, I thought it was gonna be like very nice Las Vegas type, because I've been to Las Vegas. It's nice there. Even if you lose money, you're like, okay, I'm vibing here. But I went to like a rundown casino like next to the freeway, and it's just like, oh my god, it's like, I don't know how to say this, but everyone just cloaking themselves with negative energy, and there's it wasn't the vibe. But I'm just saying, gamble responsibly, but also predicting doesn't hurt. If I was a predicting man right now and I had to look at the teams, I'm definitely going with Akuma Blade's team comp. I just like how well-rounded it is, but it's actually very close. Like, it's a very hard decision for me to make, because there's a Veigar on the other side. There's a Hecarim. We've seen what 2004 Lexus could do with that champion, and he could just dominate the pace of the game. So
who needs Vegas? We're streaming Runeterra Academy semifinals live from Atlantic City, baby.
yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, gamble responsibly. Don't chase your losses, for sure, man. Dude, I was at a table and this like old lady came and sat down. It was blackjack. I was already like losing $100 down, and she sat down and she bet like 5K on my hand. Instantly loses, and then she went to get more. She went to get more money, and then she came back and bet on my hand again. It was like another 3K loss. I was like, okay, like what's going on here? I just felt so out of place, bro. Twitch prediction and actual gambling is a lot different. But with that said, though, who'd you say who you think is gonna win, Song? Because I didn't get that part.
Oh yeah, that part wasn't decided. Honestly, I'm gonna say we win, because any game I get to cast with you is a win in my books.
Oh man, Sovereign. But you know what? Also, when I was producing that one game last split, it went to best of 5. So every time I work with you, it goes to like the distance, like 5 games. So maybe that's what we have for today. Who knows? I hope not. But I mean, when I say I hope not, I mean I hope so. Sorry, because it's like a caster jinx. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really too sure what I need to hope for. But anyway, I stalled too much. We're gonna go on a break. Thank you guys for tuning into my TED Talk. I'll see you guys after this break. just like that. We're ready to roll here, and I'm surprised not to see the formation of an invade coming out from ROTM, or sorry, from Akuma, because they do have this Braum. Who doesn't love a Braum invade coming out? But I think it's just you gotta respect the level ones coming out on the other side. The Ashe, the Veigar. Maybe he starts with the Event Horizon. You never know. That could be a double-edged sword for you. And this Hecarim actually is gonna start from the top side. That's something to note here as well.
So our junglers are gonna kind of mirror opposite, at least for this game. Zen gonna likely path up towards the top side here, with Hecarim pathing down to influence the spot side, which is actually something that we saw in game 1 from Lexus on this Hecarim when he was piloting it last. Did have to concede the initial crab fight, so he will actually avoid that scenario, at least this game, as we see a bit of a late invade here, actually.
Yeah, this is an interesting late minute. Like I said, right, Braum, you got to utilize that to the fullest extent. And they already know what Lexus is doing here. And they just spot him out with that ward. And, all right. They both got caught up. Whatever. They're going to get tracked pretty well and pretty easily with the arrow that Ashe has. So it's kind of interesting to see how they adapt based on the intel they get.
So this is actually really good from Akuma to set up this kind of split map scenario.
Oh, I don't like this. Sorry, Sovereign. But yeah, actually, this is not the play for Lexus. He did not go for the full clear, and Xin Zhao, I think, is going for the full clear. He actually no. He was supposed to go red and into blue, and then do topside full clear. So I don't know why he took his Raptors here. Maybe he's just betting on him being the faster clearer here in the jungle. So that's a brave move by Lexus. Sorry, that's just what I wanted to note here for the viewers, just to keep track of the jungle.
that's okay. Atlantic City, baby. Sometimes you gotta gamble, right?
Yeah.
No, all I was gonna say was with the split map situation here that Akuma is kind of opting into, they do negate one of the biggest problems that they've had in the first 2 games, which was those early dives. With Lexus not being able to pad down here anymore for kind of the safe, easy gank. Sorry, go ahead.
Sovereign, sorry to interrupt you again. This is what exactly happens. If you look at the jungle now, Xin Zhao is gonna be against Hecarim. So this is not the play, right? So Lexus spent so much time getting the Raptors. He's gonna pay a hefty price for it. And this is why I was talking about that. First blood goes to Hecarim. You never want to do that play ever, especially in a 5v5 competitive play. If you're getting invaded, you got to get your red. You got to go from your red to the enemy blue buff and complete the entire top side without completing your own. Because just giving more time, you're going to get collapsed on. This is just not the play from Hexmist, from Lexus, and Hexmist just able to punish that.
It's really unfortunate as well, at least to start off, because Hecarim does not take those early duels very well either, so kind of playing into what you said there. And we're actually going to see the fight now for the Black Crab will actually be stolen away from Heximus, so that's another bit of a boost into his pocket. Lexus having to burn Smite as well on that.
This is not a great start for ROTM if you are rooting for ROTM. That's just like, it's little things like that go a long way. Just being able to know what to do in a situation like this. And I'm sure in scrims, people do invade you. So I don't know if Lexus was just feeling too confident with that. But literally, you're not going to gain anything out of doing your Raptors before you go to the enemy blue buff. Like, literally, maybe you'll get like a couple of CS ahead, but the downside of that is you're just going to get collapsed on. And now, Xin Zhao is putting heavy pressure on the top side. Meanwhile, Ratch is going to get engaged on the pull back. The exhaust comes through, and that's the first blood. Lexus, I guess redemption point for him. First kill that he is getting here after he got first blooded.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the exact same rinse and repeat play that happened from game 1. Immediately from Tribush again, play onto Ratchet. Ratchet's the first to fall. I mean, it's really unfortunate as the setup, but we've got to dive into the top lane.
This is a good look from Akuma to dive in the top lane. The GOAT James tanks that tower, but Hexmus gets creep blocked. Oh, not like that. Goes down. And advantage is traded instantly there, 1-for-1. That's a Tryndamere for Xin Zhao. I guess you are Ornn. It doesn't matter too much. I feel like Xin Zhao, I don't know if that trade was worth it for either team. I think it could be worth it more for this Tryndamere actually, because he's just gonna be chilling. The jungler is dead, so that's more pressure from this Hecarim. Yeah, see, like Hecarim is just punishing instantly here with a great gank. Is faster on the rotate, so Fluke is just gonna be caught out here. But unfortunately, Hecarim is not gonna find that kill because Fluke is just too slippery right now.
Now, group, as we see Hexmist walk into the mid lane here and kind of force Yuna and Lexus back out, I want to draw attention to one very big thing that I'm kind of surprised on, at least personally, and that is the Dark Seal pickup by Hexmist onto the Xin Zhao. So that's not something I see very often. I don't think I've seen it in a very long time. But if he can keep the snowball going and really kind of get in the face of Return of the Middlesticks here, this could actually be a very, very potent early buy.
Yeah, I don't know. We just have to wait and see for this early buy if it's gonna pay off or not, right? And Xin Zhao is just like we said, doubling down on his first blood advantage. However, he did lose some pace by dying there once in the top lane. And I don't know how well he's gonna adapt after that. Because Xin Zhao, like, yes, you have like the early 15 minutes to work with and have your power spikes and change the tide of the fight and make sure that your team is set up for success. But also Hecarim is really, really crucial here in the dives. And unfortunately for the Hecarim, he's into a Braum, which does not favor him at all in the dives. Like, Braum is a champion who wants you to dive him, like, literally. Like, he'll take any dive, like, any day. And especially at level 6, it's gonna be dicey. So I feel like Hecarim should focus elsewhere, and it's hard to focus mid lane because that's a LeBlanc, and top lane is like a tanky Ornn. So
Shin, we'll get a good root here.
okay, all right, that's a cheesy play, but it's only there for the trades anyway, just to provide some more pressure for this Ashe who is struggling on the CS department a little bit.
This is pretty out of context, but well, we have a bit of a lull, at least in the game state. Yeah, nothing's gonna come of that. I was gonna say, when you were saying, yeah, Braum wants you to dive in, all I could think of is the salty spittoon. How tough are you? Braum going, how tough am I? How tough am I? I want the enemy team to dive me.
Yeah.
Without my R.
Oh, speaking of a dive, Hexmist actually goes in. Crescent Guard pop. That's not going to do much there. Fluke going to flash away. Lexus is here. Locked in low. This pop that goes for this potential kill. He does not find it at the end of the day. This is second try on the LeBlanc, and I guess he has to focus elsewhere because it's not working out for him in the mid lane.
Yeah, Pink's coming down onto the Dragon here. This is going to be Return to the Middlesticks, getting ready to pop over. No TP available by Yuna, but we do see pings as well from Akuma, so they do know this is happening.
Oh, this is going to get dicey here. But Hecarim secures it at the end of the day. Ratchet pops Unbreakable, but Onslaught of the Shadows was available already. Keyboard in a lot of trouble. It gets exhausted now, slowed down on the Zeri. That's not what you want to happen. And Lex is finding the kill. Fluke, though, the trade back. Akuma Blade are still intact, but not that intact. It's a 3 for 1. And here comes Hexmist. He was so close to get this kill, but Barco dug with the slows, and he's just going to be getting the assist on that one. So, wow. Very back and forth. Hexmist is kind of losing it right now. I don't know if he's just being impatient or what, but he's just going in these unfavored situations and dying.
Call the caster curse for the Dark Seal.
I don't know. I don't know if it's the Dark Seal or just the way he's playing every single champion. Like, he plays it super risky, and I feel like we've seen that on the Evelyn, we've seen that on the other champion that he played, and it's just, I don't think that's a favorable way to start your game. Like, you're gonna put Akuma Blade so behind right now, and they just need everything they could get.
Yeah, this will be called Forge God coming down. Good dodge.
I mean, it's not even trying at that point, you know. Blind just needs to, like, step away. Like, I don't know why you use the Call of Forge Gods into Tryndamere when his cooldowns are up. It's pointless at that point. So you're gonna be an alt down. However, he does have TP to get back into lane, unless he did that to clear wave. I'm not really too sure why he did that.
It's like Rumble dropping the red carpet, you know. Sometimes you just gotta go for it.
yeah, I guess you just have to calculate the enemy cooldowns a little bit better if Orin wants to make that work. In the meantime, though, this bot lane is actually looking pretty even. Despite there's 4 assists on this Ashe, the Zeri is able to maintain. It's fine. So for Akuma Blade, they just need to play through this bot and have maybe Fluke kind of on the rotates, but I don't know.
So the one nice,
What am?
I was just gonna say the one nice thing about the Ashe pick here from Barco Duck is gonna be that they're able to track out where Heximus is at pretty much all stages of the game. He's been caught out on this hawkshot a few times now, and it's actually resulted in having the man advantage for these counter ganks. So really good use of at least that to try and track the jungler here of Akuma.
This could be the dive too, actually, but again, right, Ratchet wants you to dive in. He has Glacial Fissure on the Braum, and Keyboarder is super fast. Heximus actually, I think, is spot them out, but he might get caught out here. Does have Pressing Guard to pop. Does have the... Oh, never mind. Never mind. As I do say it, he just goes down without a fight, and there it is! The arrow does not connect, and Fluke goes down. However, that's going to be the double for Yuna. Yuna, again, the MVP type plays we saw on the Aries, making those same type of plays on this Veigar. Great movement, great positioning, and 5-0 start. And that's a great knockup from the GOAT James, though. We got to watch out for the blind. Okay. All right, he walks away.
And even just doing a quick passive stack check on the Veigar, 138 so far onto this Veigar's passive. He's scaling very, very quickly, running a lot of cooldown reduction, at least to start off with those Ionian boots and the Everfrost. So going to be spamming out and stacking very quickly, going to scale incredibly well into the mid game here, just at the pace he's going. So something we want to keep our eyes on, especially when it comes to being able to pop this LeBlanc or pop this Zeri.
Yeah, it just looks like Akuma are making the same mistakes, and this time around they don't have that late scale jungle. They actually have a jungler who falls off at a certain point in late game, so I think this is just gonna get tougher for them, an uphill climb at this point on. Yes, they do have the Zeri, they have the Ornn, but it's not gonna get easier. It's gonna get harder, actually. So Akuma Blade have to get some advantages back before yet another Drake, and that's just a great engagement. That's Ryzen just zoning him off here. Braum doesn't have anybody to W onto, just gonna go down without a fight.
The baby cage gonna make sure he's locked up after that glacial arrow, and you know, kind of the nothing to come of the top lane fight here, but potentially caught out here is Yuna.
Oh, okay, that's a flash down. Okay, Hexmix follows up. This is what Akuma Blade need. The knockup is good. The win becomes landing for the shutdown, but it does go on Hexmix, mind you. The 3 and 4 jungler here. Now he's gonna get engaged on. 2004 Lexus is here with Barco. Duck. The reinforcements have arrived, and they are finding the kills. Outside of the shadows, he does not quite get the engage onto the LeBlanc that he so desired, but unless they wanted to go for that kill, it wouldn't even matter anyway. They are just here to get that pry on the Drake, and they did so exceptionally well here. So that's yet another Drake for RTM. This game is looking real good for them.
Absolutely. The Dragon started up here. Glacial Fissure actually comes down, might burn down the Nautilus. He'll fall, and a Glacial Arrow connects into the Zeri as well here, Proof.
Okay, Lexus. Let's see how fast you could get here. Okay, sidestepping there. Ratchet trying to get the passive on, but they cannot get in range just yet. Unbreakable using that Event Horizon does catch the Zeri. Zeri goes.
Cleanse!
Bye-bye. There it is. Even Cleanse will not get you out of that one, my friend. Yuna looking exceptionally well. Phenomenal plays by this Veigar right now. Top things off the GOAT James in a sticky situation here. Oh, he's just going to collapse on. Who's going to scoop up the kill? It's going to be the Veigar again. 9th kill, almost hitting triple digits. Or not triple digits, sorry. Triple kill, but double digits almost.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine triple digits? That would be awesome, man. That would be the cast of my life.
How much kills could a Veigar get if a Veigar could get kills? Well, so
Yep.
far we're at 9, so we'll see how much further this goes.
Yep. Yeah, it's just hard to time those cleanses as well. If Yuna is in, it's just on hit at that point. Like, just clicks on you, and you're dead, and Zeri cannot do much there because half her HP is gone. You know, go figure. So, oh, okay, all right. That's the dive we're talking about. The arrow comes through. This is beautiful work from ROTM. They're making it happen yet another time. Ratchet goes down, and this is the Braum where he wanted you to dive like maybe 5 minutes ago, but not now. He does not want you to dive right now. So this is looking really clean from ROTM. They're not losing much on the map. Maybe here Hexmith could pull off an engage, but he's just too far behind, essentially, on this Zinzao to make anything happen.
And Proof, that's a 5k gold lead at 15 minutes, even before the first brick falls in this bot lane. Now they're going to pick up another tower in the mid lane. They'll pick up a second tier tower bot off the back of that Rift Herald. So really just exploiting all these kind of gold advantages that they're sitting on. If we can do a quick gold toggle here over... we're going to see 2.5k in multiple pockets of the members of ROTM here. You know, the gold advantage really starting to stack up for 2,200 gold difference between these 80 carries, Proof.
Yeah, this is an 80 carry diff here. There's a bot lane diff so far. I mean, in mid lane too, honestly, this Veigar has been able to not only get kills with... why am I using double negative so much? The only thing I'm trying to say is Veigar is not being punished, right? He has 9 kills, only 1 death, and this LeBlanc is not able to do anything here. Feels bad for an assassin like the LeBlanc, who also wants to roam around, but cannot roam around because he just lost lane super hard because of all the pressure that's been building up around that lane, right? So Lexus has been doing a phenomenal job despite kind of running it down there and getting the first blood over to Hexmith. He's been able to redeem himself quite well.
911, what's your emergency? It's a fed Veigar.
Oh, man. I wouldn't even call 911 at that point. It's not salvageable, right? If this Veigar just gets too fed, it's just going to be all sheer out at that point.
Probably calling him Morg.
Yeah, this is okay. I don't know what they're doing here.
This could be the Ornn look, actually.
Oh, okay.
And they are lined up.
They are lined up. That's only good for 1. Now Arrow comes through. Braum needs to W on himself. We're an ally. He's just going to go golden. Not the answer. Lexus dives all the way to the back line. Nicely done. And they're just picking up the kills. And look at the blue HP bars. They're dropping like flies at this point. Hexmith pops the Crescent Guard. Goes back in. Dredge line is good. Blind is looking really healthy. But when becomes lighting, maybe able to get this kill onto Blind. The Blind will walk away at the end of the day. And Keyboarder will be the last one to go down. The first ace in the 3rd game. ROTM. Make it happen.
Okay. This might be outlandish, but at this point, I think it's worth throwing out there. If Yuna somehow manages to get triple-digit kills, I will get a tattoo of Veigar.
Yo, I mean, honestly, come on, Sovereign. We know that's not gonna happen. We need a full day of League of Legends for triple digit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like 100 pentakills.
Well, he's almost at 100 double kills so far, so it's pretty worth it.
Oh man, I mean, I did not know it was gonna be a game like this. Honestly, there's not much else to talk about as a play-by-play. I'm just looking for that action, but I'm also trying to analyze as much as I can. But a lot of action to cover here in the first 2 games. The 3rd game has been bloody, but Akuma Blade not getting any agency on the map. Their blue side looks a lot weaker than their red side.
Let's talk about the Dragon coming up in a few seconds here. This is going to be a Hextech Drake on the Hextech Soul map here that we can at least play for. Akuma not really in position. They're likely going to be giving this one away. Maybe we'll try and look for the Rift Herald trade. Not as much value being after the 14-minute mark, however. And they don't have much time to actually take it. 25 seconds might not be enough.
And it's the St. Patrick's Day break-in skin, man. You know, so if you're not getting lucky Primordial Burst and Event Horizons, then I don't know what you're at. That was not so lucky there. Event
We
Horizons
don't
not
condone
connect.
gambling, remember?
Yeah, is that the theme of today? Is that going to be the theme of it? I might go back on that story and tell it in more detail, but yep, it just looks hard right now for Akuma Blade. They are down 10k gold at 20-minute mark. It's going to be a 25-minute game. What seemed to be the issue here for Akuma? Because I don't know if it's just switching blind up for ROTM to make this work. Because the Tryndamere, yes, it's a Tryndamere, but I think there's just deeper problems from Akuma, at least on this blue side, that we're seeing. They covered it up pretty well on the red side.
I think what it comes down to for Akuma is at least the scaling trend is. I'll wait till this happens.
Wait till something else happens here. It's going to be the Call of Forge Gods. Is it going to be the mark? Look at it go, James, already in death range from that Primordial Burst. Event Horizon comes to the Primordial, but just takes out the target. It's going to be found. It's a dead LeBlanc blind on the dirt turret. 2v1. Here we go. James, what you got in the tank here? What you got in? Okay, all right. Fighting the one. Flashes away from Event Horizon. You know, so far, Ornn has been playing the safest. Like, literally, compared to everybody else, he's been playing the safest, which feels weird to say. All right, that's gonna be okay. All right, well, you can't get out of that one, my friend. Xmas getting that what is that? The Gore Drinker HP heal. All right, you know, you're gonna go back down. Yeah, they have to iron a lot of these issues on the side of Akuma Blade if they want to make a comeback in this game, if they are getting lucky, but I think fourth game is what we might need to talk about here, Sovereign.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, like, first and foremost, the issue that they need to kind of fix up is just how these laning phases are going. Like, you had the very early advantage through Hexmist, but the constant factor, it seems, at least over the course of these first 3 games, is Keyboarder and Ratchet just cannot get off the ground. As time goes on, sure, they'll pick up some gold here and there. We saw Keyboarder pick up a good chunk of gold, actually, that was donated over to him, at least initially, those first few kills. On the back of that last game before scaling into an absolute monster on that Varus. But yeah, I mean, if Akuma's going to play for a bot lane that is not going to receive as much, if not any, jungle pressure, this has to adjust the draft into a much safer bot lane. Maybe we look at things like the Ezreal. Maybe we look more towards enchanters instead of...
I agree with you, but the main thing, Sovereign, to me is the way that Hexmax is just playing super risky. Like, on a not rewarding champion like the Xin Zhao, when you go in, you can't get out. Like, yeah, he's been able to do that on the Evelynn, but Evelynn, you just press R, you are able to escape, right? You on Zed, you're able to press double W, and then you're out of there, or wherever you want to go. So it's like, it's harder to make that happen on the Xin Zhao, because it's only one way. And speaking of one way, the mid lane just seems to be written a sign all over it says open me please in the mid lane, and as the HP bars are down, you can see that Keyboard is trying to put in the work here, but the Event Horizon comes through in the later stages of this fight, and they're just cleaning up. It's a clean up on aisle 7. Triple kill. Is it gonna be the Quadra here? That's the double. Ash was like, you know what, I don't want to give Yuna the KDA so far. It was almost gonna be 20 kills, but this is just GG ROTM. This is just a annihilation after what a dominant form we're seeing in the third game.
Miles away. Return to the Middlesticks comes back to take game 3 away.
Yep. In a 25-minute, what was that? Does anybody know the time of that? It's like 25 or what?
23:44 game time.
Dude, like, come on, right? Like, you could see that the draft for, unfortunately for Akuma Blades just did not work out for them. They just need to either draft something totally different if they're going to play on the blue side, or go for that late scale comp that they've pulled off in the second game, right? Second game, they got really lucky too, because they had that late scale AP death cap completing Evelynn type comp, right? So they were doing much better then, but this is just annihilation we're seeing here. The gold lead wasn't even close. The gap feels bad, but you know, for Akuma, they have made a comeback happen in the second game, so they're not out of this one just yet, right? So we're just being a little bit too hard on them, because obviously it's a 23-minute victory in a semifinal, so it's hard not to be that critical of this game. But ROTM also shouldn't be like, oh, we're too confident here, you know, get greedy, because we're seeing them get a little bit too greedy here in the second game, and they felt a little bit more confident, and Akuma checked them, right? They bodied them in the second game. So it's going to be the fourth game here. Sovereign, you know, 2-1 lead for ROTM. Can they make it happen? Or Akuma Blades is going to prolong this, and they're going to go to the distance. We'll see after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody who has been with us for how many hours has it been? 3 hours and a half. Okay. That's a long time. That's almost 4 hours, guys. Okay. So appreciate everybody who's tuning in and supporting the teams here, whether it is the return of the Middlesticks or Akuma Blades. Both of them have been having some ups and downs. It's all good. And I don't know. I'm sure you guys are having fun with your channel points. With that said, Sovereign, going into this game, what should we expect? It is um, Return of the Middlesticks on the blue side and Akuma Blades on the red side again.
This is going to kind of fall back into the same draft pattern that we were probably initially seeing from Akuma Blaze, with kind of locking in their bot lane on 1-2, answering with a mid pick on R3, banning counters, jungle R4, and a top pick on R5. So at least running that, we've seen some success. Now, game 2 had the kind of interesting spice factor that did allow Akuma to kind of pull out the win. There was the Garen Evelyn auction. If you're just joining us, that was pretty
That was the
spicy. Oh,
game. That was
there's
the
a
game to
Varus.
watch.
There's a Varus in there too.
Yeah, there
Uh,
was a Varus that last game, which was getting perma capped. All right, to say the
yeah,
least.
and yeah, keyboarder definitely put on his tilt-proof chill honor badge that game. So yeah, no, by all means, that one was
Mhm.
interesting. So it'll be as we've kind of seen, at least as the series has progressed. Akuma playing kind of
Mhm.
more traditional standard drafts, not necessarily being optimized in the
Mhm.
best way, but the more of that spice factor, what kind of pushed them over the edge.
Yeah, I think here is do or die for both teams. At this point, Akuma Blade, if they lose this one, they're out of finals, and it's going to be heartbreaking to see. But you know, they need to be able to show us that they deserve that spot. You know, and for the last game, it did not look that good from them. You know, there's a lot of problems they had to iron out, and today is just not the day to do that last minute, right? You gotta go hit the break room, hit the VOD room or whatever way you guys discuss it. But it's just a way showing up today. A lot of nerves, maybe it could be that, but they've had multiple games under their belt. They should be warmed up and ready to go. With that said, let's see which champion gets through the ban phase. I think if Jinx is left up, pretty certain that Return to the Middlesticks are going to be able to just steal that one away or just first pick it. The Vagar ban coming through Akuma Blades. Is it going to be the Vagar, the Ari? Just literally target every champion that Yuna plays at this point, you know?
Dare I see a Vex as the second ban here from Return of the Middlesticks? Is that what we're going to see for the fourth game in a row?
I don't know. I don't want to see another LeBlanc. Let's just not see another LeBlanc. You know, let's see something else. Some hype mid laner. Vex would be ideal, but that just banned. Another good mid laner would be Pyke mid. Hello, anybody out there could play that. I think that's more of a solo queue and maybe last patch. I think. I don't know what's good now in the mid lane. We're seeing the Ari ban again. There it is. Akuma Blades really doubling down on not having Yuna play their comfort picks.
And this forces them into a very awkward kind of draft position, being forced to ban kind of double mids here. You're forced into a position where either Jinx is going to be left up, Zeri is left up, Hecarim is left up again.
Yeah.
There's LeBlanc could again be taken, very early. So what Akuma's going to do here is they're going to call a split. So they're going to either see if it's going to be the Zeri, Jinx as the kind of first kind of 1-2 punch here. Return of the Middlesticks going to lock in the Jinx here. So this should likely be the Zeri answer by Akuma. They've been drafting again towards these kind of bot lane picks for the first round of their drafts when they're on the red side. I definitely expect to see that in support picked up here.
If the channel prediction is up right now, can we just start it right now? Because I'll put all my pounds right now on ROTM. I see the Jinx. That's it. Like that's all I need to see from the draft at this point. You know, it's sad to say that, but it just seems to me that the later the games go, Jinx is just unstoppable. It's unstoppable force. And maybe Varus. Okay, that's the answer that I was looking for here. Not the Zeri, because Zeri, God, it just hasn't been good today.
Hasn't had the agency that we so expected it to. And the Varus pick, obviously, we saw what Keyboard could do with it, so they just need to replicate that back again. And Nautilus is a great engage and appeal champ here with Varus, and not only that, they take it away. That's the main thing here. They take away the Nautilus. We're going to see the Braum coming out. This time ROTM are going to be the ones playing it, is it?
As timer winds down here, Braum looks like it might be the one.
Or maybe they're trolling them. Although they're not.
They will settle on it. Braum going to be locked in here. I honestly expect to see LeBlanc taken. In all honesty, if LeBlanc's not taken here by a unit, it's going to get taken by Fluke. I'm almost 99% sure.
Please, not LeBlanc, man. Can we get another game? Can we get a game where it's not like going to come down to LeBlanc? It's just, it hasn't had the plays that we expected it to have. You know, I like the Arya way better than that. And look, it's going to come out again, man. It's ROTM. They're like, we love this pick so much right now. And too bad you can't play Victor into it. I just wanted to see a team punish this pick so heavily that every other team watching this, they're never going to pick LeBlanc again.
Now, I'm curious to see if this forces Akuma into the auction again, because the auction actually was a pretty sizable amount of CS in that lane, was able to get some initial punishment down, and the matchup isn't bad. It does give them kind of the double marksman again. They're actually going to still opt for double marksman, but they're going to pick up Corki. For Fluke here. A little bit more interesting. At least Quirky priority has dropped off a little bit more with these package changes in 12.5 or 12.4, pardon me. But we're gonna start junglers taking off the table. Jarvan first one.
Yeah, the reason why they banned the Vex is because they don't want the Vex into LeBlanc, but I think there's way better counters than the Vex, actually. Like, I think maybe Annie would be good here into the LeBlanc, just laning phase. Gonna be struggling there a little bit, the Annie, but then she just scales way better. But
Lissandra as well is actually a really good matchup. Lissandra hit the ban table earlier today.
yeah, that's also a pretty decent matchup into this LeBlanc. So anyway, you know, it's not going to be punished. This Corki always going to remain a champion no matter how many times you kill it, unless it's like 5 times, right? So it's interesting to see what they are able to do in the team fights with that champion. Obviously, it's a bit better than having the Annie in that sense. So they're going for just like longevity and not just like counter picks here, despite playing on the red side, mind you. So Akuma Blade banning the Jarvan and the Camille here. And the other side, again, the Zed ban and the Zinzat ban. If I was RTM, I wouldn't be banning the Zinzat right now. Like, that's not what you want to do. But they wanted to target Hexmist here, force him on maybe an uncomfortable champion.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's a troll hover.
Oh, it's gonna be the Lee Sin. Okay, so not sure if Hexmist is most played champion. It's probably Lee Sin or Gwen. I think last patch it was Gwen. It just sucks that Hexmist took a big hit. You know, when you got a really good champion, when you got a really good champion in your champion pool that everybody wants to ban it away, it takes a slot in that pick and ban, right? So the Lee Sin, haven't seen that on Hexmist yet. Viego is gonna be the answer.
I actually really like this pickup. The Viego is something that I thought we were going to see in some of the earlier games. It's kind of one of those very few shared champ pool champions, at least for both of these junglers. Viego has pretty good early game dueling, can potentially match the Lee Sin if you can at least dodge the initial Q. Has a good jump on a lot of plays here, especially. You know, Corky's Valkyrie takes a lot of mana early. If LeBlanc can kind of force out that cooldown, and Viego can get the initial flank, if Corky doesn't have flash, that is a dead Bombardier.
Yeah, like we always talk about the. I mean, at least I like to mention the jungle 2v2 with mid lane, right? And in this case, I think both of them and both sides look pretty decent. Viego and LeBlanc, obviously, they have a lot of CC there, but it's situational on LeBlanc. You know, it's ticking time on that. But Viego getting that edge over at Lee Sin, I think.
in some of these situations, I favor the Viego pick here. But Lee Sin should have easy time in the early game, especially providing some pressure. And again, right, they have to be careful how risky they are playing, especially Hexmas, because last game it was just Xin Zhao going all over the place, and that's not what you want to see this time around. It's making mistakes like that will cost them the series, will cost them the finals. So let's do the predictions and the Las Vegas gambling again here. Sovereign, what are we thinking? What are we thinking here? Let's take the nameplates out real quick and just look at the draft. And I think, chat, you guys should do this thought exercise as well. Like, yes, I know you guys are rooting for some of the teams here, but just looking at the drafts, which one is better, theoretically speaking?
Theoretically speaking, I'm actually going to go with the Akuma draft. And the reason why I say that is what they've kind of drafted for themselves is the Varus Quirky Jace Siege. That's going to be really, really strong, not only for towers, but for neutral objectives as well. You have the Nautilus kind of initial pick to start off a fight on any low target that's been eating a lot of poke. Lee Sin kind of has those opportunities to look for plays as well. Whereas for the side of ROTM, really their only major engage is going to be a soft CC stun, either from Viego or LeBlanc Chain, or looking for really just a big Meganar. That's essentially all it's going to come down to. So Akuma has a much better opportunity to kind of play out these fights a little bit slower. There isn't a ton of engage opportunity for ROTM. If you can find the damage, you can chip down these health bars, kind of make these slow, subtle gains in the footholds of these fights. I think Akuma could actually pull this out.
Well, that's some big hopes right there for Akuma. If you're an Akuma fan, you like hearing that, right? And obviously their draft is looking pretty decent. They have a number of champions who are able to carry here if one fails to do so. So Varus is number one. Corki obviously also going to be that threat, ticking time bomb. And obviously I want to pay attention to this pick onto Legoat James. I think this is the only time we're seeing Legoat James on an actual carry pick, right? A carry top pick. Yes, it was the Malphite. Yes, it was the Garen, but this is carry. This is the best of the best champions you could possibly get if you want to take the game in your own hands. So that's something that I'm going to be watching out for here in the fourth game. It is senior class semifinals, so maybe this is what Legoat James wants to show us. Maybe go out with a bang here. I mean, you got to give it your all here. So Akuma Blades, they're going to fight like they got nothing to lose, right? On the other side, you got Return the Middlesticks, having that Jinx like we talked about beginning of the draft. I think some people might favor that. Like I said, you know, I didn't even need to see the rest of the draft. Seeing that Jinx was enough for me. But going at the mid lane matchup, you know, obviously Corki was a luxury pick here. They could have gone with an Annie, with a Lissandra to punish this LeBlanc. What do we think about it in general in this 2v2 jungle mid matchup? And do we like this Jason to the Gnar?
I think Jason to Gnar is fairly standard. Lots of teams, at least pro-wise around the world, are kind of looking at this as at least as a matchup that's decent into a blind pickable Gnar. Ironically, blind piloting the Gnar. But as far as the kind of jungle mid 2v2, I actually give the jungle mid 2v2 over to Return to the Middlesticks. I think the Viego LeBlanc is much stronger overall. Corki's damage is kind of front loaded into that Foss bomb, without the shred from Gatling gun, at least early, kind of taking effects. I would give the top jungle 2v2 over to Akuma, however. I think, especially if Gnar's Rage is played around properly, or isn't at a value that actually matters. Perhaps Mega Gnar times out, or any instances like that, I would give a strong advantage over to the side of the Jace Lee Sin.
And you heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. Predictions are going to be over, but we're going to take some time here, toss it over to a break. When we come back, it's going to be the fourth game between senior class. In the senior class, the fourth game between Return of the Middlesticks versus Akuma Blades. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, gamers. We got senior class semifinals, possibly the final game of this best of 5 series. But wait, we got more. Akuma Blade, they just need one more win, and then they need one more win after that to make it to the finals. But guess what? Return of the Middlesticks. Are they going to let that happen? That's the question here, Sovereign. My name is Proofcast, and thank you guys for staying with us in this marathon.
Absolutely, and thank you to the side of Akuma for banning Vagar, so I don't have to worry about triple-digit Vagar kills and having to get a tattoo. But
Yeah, that's
Proof,
not happening.
I want to throw a quick question over to you while we start off this game. If you were to take 1 HP point of damage in real
Mhm.
life, what would that cause or be caused by?
1 HP point by casting a best of 5 on a Monday night, and it goes to the 5th game. That probably, actually, that wouldn't make a dent. Who am I kidding? But I don't know. I don't know about that question, Sovereign. You answer first, and then I'll think of something.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go with eating like a chip or something and getting a pointy part like stuck in your throat. You know,
Yeah, that's annoying. That's annoying every
I
time
think
that
stubbing your
happens.
toe counts as like 2 points of damage, so kind of
Um, having a Jin that's 30-0 going AFK, that is
that's
I,
one. That's 5 points of emotional damage.
that's emotional damage right there. That's not even, it's mental damage, bro. But anyway, that was a good question. You know, in League of Legends, I think I've said this last week, but if you want your jungler to do anything, or if you want anybody to do anything, you're not supposed to say please. Did you know that, Sovereign? Like, there's a new saying.
I
Where,
actually did. I used to be a jungler, believe it or not, and I
what's
was very much used to being my team's whipping boy. It was come here now or I
uh,
AFK, and yeah, I didn't have a choice.
yeah, come here now, or I go AFK. That's literally the new please here, and I always pay attention to the chat to catch somebody say that here in 5v5 competitive. But getting back on track here, both teams, they all are looking okay. They're looking good. Again, the pathing coming through from Hexmas, very aggressive. He literally started his red, went straight to Viego's blue, and I think he just wasted enough time to just regret that ever doing again. And he actually could be a little bit behind because of that. Viego might be able to get a gank before he can.
He reminds me of like one of those stock bros, you know? He always goes for like the risky like swing trades kind of thing. He's like, oh, this stock's going down, but I promise if I hold this like AMC, it's gonna jump up, you know, all these things, and then it doesn't pay off. But what might pay off here is a kill in the top lane.
Let go, James! Flashes away, blind comes in heavy, Xmas around the corner. It is not gonna be the kill.
Here's another trade into the mid lane here. X-Flute gonna take down about half of his own HP for a half HP trade. But a 2v2 in the top side here, Proof.
Xmas, you got the safeguard to go away, but Lexus flashes in for the kill on the vehicle. Blind taken too low. Sonic Wave body blocked by Lexus. This guy has fast reaction time. I mean, if he did not block the Sonic Wave there, that's a dead knock.
It doesn't get much closer than that. That is one of those. This is the second time we've had a top laner for the side of Return of the Middlesticks today have an absolute clencher.
Yeah.
On these plays, you know, it doesn't get much closer than that.
Yuna in the mid lane on this LeBlanc. Let's see what kind of story unfolds here as Faluk on the Corki. This is not the quote-unquote counter matchup for LeBlanc, but obviously Akuma know that better than me. They drafted this champion for other reasons. One of the reasons, obviously, is not to win lane. They can go even. Obviously, X-Fluke having TP advantage over Yuna, going to provide more tempo for this Corki if he needs the base.
This concerns me a little bit, at least, about how Fluke is kind of starting off this game, as he is actually going for a boss bomb max with those initial 3 points. This matchup is very much one that you ideally want to actually max Gatling gun, not only when you're playing first strike, but also just trying to be able to shred through the minion wave. LeBlanc wants to jump onto you and can distortion right back out as your Q comes out. So being able to maximize your damage with that Gatling gun's really kind of the only opportunity you have for consistent forms of DPS during these trades.
And we're just gonna have to wait and wait some more to see what happens. Hexmas, again, that first initial play put him behind here now on the Lee Sin. He's going into that Viego. A couple of less caps.
Predictions for First Blood, where are you looking?
First blood, I don't know at this point. You know, maybe bot lane here. They got the Braum and Jinx, but I doubt that it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be. Oh man, it's gonna be hard. There's an ignite on Yuna here. If anybody could do it, I think it's gonna be Yuna. But this Gnar is taking some heavy trades. This could be it. Here we go. The Gnar,
Hey!
first bloods, the Jace, solo bolo, clean stuff coming out. And Hexmas, what happened here, my guy? Just gonna get engaged on there. Lexus with the slows, and he picks up one for himself too.
Boulder connects and cracks his back in half. Great auto attack. Well, I mean, it's an auto attack, not that great, but good way to pick up the kill onto Hexmas there, at least to finish that out for a 2-0 top side. But bot side here, Proof, could get interesting.
Yeah, see, this could have been the kill. Unbreakable already used early, but how much damage can you block out as the Braum? But here comes Barco Duck with the slows. This is the Jinx, the Rocket Slinger herself. However, she already lost the Braum. Braum is dead, and now attention is on her right now. She's the target now. Keyboarder, though, walking away. Barely the sliver HP. Jinx goes in. Barco Duck flashed for the support kill. Keyboarder is just like, okay, bro, focus on my support. Let me farm up.
What?
Interesting.
I don't even know what to say on that. That's oh, that was something. We might see another kill up here in the top side. Actually, Megan are about to pop.
Yeah, Genie's out of the bottle right now. Go, James are in trouble, and Blind is fully online. Second kill in a row.
Yeah, he's not blind at all this game. His eyes are wide open. He's got the third eye on his forehead. He sees the future. He sees LeGoat James's name in the obituary.
Yep. You know, LeGoat James playing the, I guess the carry top side, right? I mean, first two games, it's not like he had a Jace, so I guess he didn't have enough warm up on this type of champ. So, however, he shouldn't be too worried about that. Jace comes back into the game, no time.
Yeah,
Couple of good shutdowns is all they need.
Yeah, there'll still be opportunity, and to be fair, Akuma definitely knows the shutdown game in this series. Objective bounties know no bounds.
Yeah, Akuma playing their play style is let the enemy win, right? But then we win because we just feed into it in this big machine, and then we just like slot it out with all the bounties and everything, and then we just come back, you know, because we have a late scaling team comp. That's the name of the game for them, or at least in the series. That's how they have been able to adapt in these scenarios.
They remind me of those memes of like saying like, oh, you know, like all the Chads and the Stacys and stuff or whatnot, and you know, the kid who like reads books in high school, and then you go to the reunion, and 30 minutes down the line, you know, they're just they're like the multi-millionaire closing out games.
Yeah,
Not doing that jazz.
but a lot of stuff happened here. For one, Hexmax is dead, but this is a great look. Mega Death Rocket does not connect there, and Yuno's around the corner to go. James, how much are you able to sustain here? Not much is the answer. Yuno finds the kill. Again, Hexmas looking at a rough start. 0-2 on this Lee Sin, and this time around, LeGoat James holding hands with Hexmas here as they both are trying to be that moral support for each other. Not the great start, but for one, Return of the Middlesticks hit the ground running here. They have 2K gold at 10-minute mark. Not that much from, I mean, compared to the last game, it's not that much, but still a lot here. Ratchet with the roam. Okay, just wants to pop the ulti. Just see if it was working. Like, he walked up in the middle lane and he was like, yo, let me check, guys. Is my R button working here? Yep, it knocked up Jinx. We're good.
We know it'll work in the next fight. It's okay.
Yeah.
Unless the next fight happens within the next few seconds. Chase, never mind.
Yeah, don't ask me to press R in the next few seconds here. And yes, we are taking the Herald. Lexus is spotted there though, so I guess they have that insurance knowing where Lexus is at all times. Must be good to track the jungle.
This is going to be package used at least to try and take down the Rift Heralds here. That one timing out, so may as well burn the cooldown for a little bit of damage onto that neutral. But as we kind of hit another lull in the game state here, it's kind of worth noting, at least initial builds. We do see Eclipse and Tier completed here for Keyboarder on this Varus, a Hex Drinker picked up for Fluke, and Triforce nearly online for Blind as well. Alexis picking his up in the meantime.
Yeah, Jinx is just getting free range autos on this turret. Having a field day with that. In the meantime, the rest of Akuma Blade, I guess, Lee Sin is not showing himself, so Yuna has to be careful here as to not overextend. They are on the rotates. Akuma Blade, they have multiple members here in the bot lane. It looks like Lee Sin made it over the wall, now goes with the Sonic Wave. This could be the play. He actually flashes the Glacial Fissures to kick back the Jinx into the team fight here, the scrappy team fight we're seeing, and there it is. Chain of Corruption comes through. That's a beautiful dredge line pulling back the ADC on the side, and Braum will barely live here with the help of Lexus, but Lexus taking a lot of fire on the way back.
Piercing Arrow just not up in time, at least to finish off the Braum there. No Unbreakable available. But with the Rift Herald pop here, this will be the bot tier 1 tower going down. They will, or should be able to get a tier 2 charge off if they're able to usher it in well. Jaeger kind of lurking around the side here, though Smite is available if needed. It will do 900, so the Rift Herald shouldn't be able to kind of do anything.
It was a good Rift Herald though. It was a really good placement of it. Yes, it's not the mid lane tower, but it's still a good tower. You got the first bonus on the first blood tower, and you got more pressure now. You could now essentially Keyboarder could be rotated anywhere, right? Even maybe top. I think top would be ideal because Legochen is struggling a little bit, so buying some more time, getting some more room for Legoches could be ideal here, but it's just going to be called for Keyboarder to go mid, as there's a wave to pick up there. And as they're doing that, Ratchet gets engaged on a little bit, but he's going to be able to walk away.
Yeah, Dragon coming up now in 70 seconds time. Stun will connect.
Oh, this is an ugly fight for both teams. I don't know who's going to come out on top, but it's indeed a scrappy one. Batten down the hatches because this Viego's under a lot of fire. Lexus gonna bite the dust. A beautiful double, an extraordinary Varus gameplay here in the 4th game for Akuma Blades. This is maybe exactly what they needed to just get back in the series.
Yeah, and this is starting to play really well into at least the idea of what their composition wants to do, right? Being able to siege down, having this Varus at such a strong point already is only going to accelerate the pace at which they're going to be able to do this. Package does not become that important. In these instances, you're really just playing off a 7 rocket bar, and these Varus folks, Jace hasn't scaled up quite yet. Jace is a little bit behind, and that's not the end of the world, at least in this case. You do have the tools to make this happen. It's just a matter of being able to play it out and maintaining this push.
Yeah, this is a close start for both teams. They have some skin in the game here. However, Ratchet, you don't want to be dying over some words. He did that on a Thresh, I believe, in the first game that we saw for Akuma Blades. So at least he has reinforcements this time around to be able to safely walk up. But TP from behind him. Here comes Blind with a huge play, but does not have the Mega Nard just yet. I don't know why he did that TP though, but an opportunity lost now. They just needed that, I guess, to get Prio on this Drake. And when they do got Prio, they're going to be able to chunk it down fast enough to not allow Lee Sin to get inside the pit. So that's 2 Drakes back-to-back for RTM.
Absolutely, and with Inferno, Soul being the one that is going to come up onto this map. Oh, I'll hold off a sec.
Ratchet, beautiful stuff from him, but it could just be detrimental. Critical error coming through, but Flash, look at the Ratchet HP bar, will live, and the impossible is happening right now. Look out, James in the front line, shredding players. Varus is doing so much damage to Mega Death Rocket. Jinx is not gonna do much there, and look at the HP on Ratchet. I swear it was like sub 10, like it had to be 5.
It was so close, and it looked like such a great glacial fissure there from Akeda, but it just doesn't matter in the end. The damage from this Varus is just too much at this point in the game. I think Legault James got a really big accelerated shock blast onto a few members in that kind of cluster as well there. So yeah, no, it just playing out this composition exactly as it needs to be done and catching Return of the Middlesticks in a really bad position.
Who is gonna win this one? I mean, that's still a question yet to be answered because we don't know. It's in a limbo right now. The Varus is looking exceptionally well. I mean, you have 6 kills and no deaths, so you have to also be very careful on this champion when you're fighting, because you are very vulnerable. Yes, you have the Nautilus, the Dredge line, and the ulti, but it's not the ideal peel champ that you're looking for. You could still go down to Lexus here. You could still go down to Yuna. So there's a couple of targets going to be after Keyboarder here in the 5v5 big team fights. But before that, though, Akuma are just chilling right now. 3k gold in their pockets.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see at least how kind of Return of the Middlesticks wants to kind of address this game. They're starting to lose out on the vision control, at least towards this top side Rift Trail to respawn. Kind of playing around these advantages is not coming as easily to them, at least now, as the game's starting to kind of scale and items are starting to come online for the side of Akuma. So being able to start something up will be a challenge.
It's not like they're doing bad by any means. It's just that they got out traded here in the bot side river, and that was a very lucky play from Akuma. So it's like, okay, you know, stuff like that is going to happen. It's not like you have the Veigar this game. It's not like you have the RE. You're playing LeBlanc, so it takes some time to start making impactful plays on this champion, and they still have a lot of hope. At least they're able to sideline into the Corki, right? They're providing that pressure over here in the top lane. But with that said, this is the second Rift Herald on the map now, and this time around, Return of the Middlesticks are like, okay, you know, we gave away the first one. Maybe we just need this one to crack open somewhere. Maybe mid lane would be ideal here. They don't have any turrets whatsoever in terms of turret count.
Yeah, no, and as far as the series has gone, this is kind of foreign territory for...
Yeah, you gotta give credit where credit is due. Blind did. That was about to happen. We saw the trades before that, and Legault James was taking the short end of the stick there.
Yeah, but no, foreign territory here for Return of the Middlesticks. This is the first game where they haven't had a substantial early game advantage over the course of this series. I have to say, Akuma really biting back and kind of shoring up the weaknesses. I said last game, one of the things that they really needed to do is kind of shore up this bot lane, and they've done just that. Keyboarder and Ratchet really stepping up, trying to take back the flame that I've ushered in for them over the course of the series so far.
I mean, this Varus is looking scarier by the minute at this point in time, and Jinx can only do so much to keep up with this pressure. It's 2k gold lead, so that's almost an item ahead that the Varus is. Speaking of that, Legault James is kind of unlucky. Back-to-back deaths here. He can't catch a break bot side. He can't catch a break top side.
Oh, you can't catch a break. You can't have a Kit Kat. It's unfortunately, it's just not what's gonna happen. Maybe one of those limited edition flavors are like expired or something. But not one of your good. You know, like mint chocolate.
Yeah, you like mint chocolate? I'm not that big a fan of mint chocolate. I like brownie fudge, but brownie fudge is the go-to for me, especially in ice cream. Oh. Have you had Ben & Jerry's?
No, actually. I've never had Ben & Jerry's.
Oh wait, you're from Canada, right?
We have Ben & Jerry's in Canada.
Oh, okay, you do. All right, well,
That's awesome. But yeah, the brownie fudge flavor is the go-to here. I don't know if chat relates, but I
Can we
almost died for that, bro. I was eating one a day. So
let's run
if
a
you
Twitch chat poll. Favorite kind of ice cream
brownie
and
fudge or what's yours? What's yours?
mint chocolate
Mint.
chip. I think it's pretty good.
Okay, so
Uh,
mint chocolate chip versus brownie fudge.
yeah, we'll get this Twitch poll running. But in the meantime, Death Charge is gonna come down here.
Oh, that's interesting play here. Yuna actually, what is that? Jinx
Whoa.
damage though, and Jace is here, the TP plays are happening. Varus
He's
is
untouched.
barely staying alive, but will go down. Barkodok finds the rocket and finds the autos here. The slows are beautifully done here. Blind, just super close for this kill. The Mega Gnar almost gonna get charged out of the bottle there, but that is the first ace in the 4th game, and ROTM do so with the Jinx coming out on top.
No, I mean, that was kind of an interesting start off, at least by Ratchet, but as the fight kind of developed, there's nobody on Barco Duck. He went completely untouched and unhinged in that
Yeah.
fight there, Proof.
Yuna died pretty early. That's why I was just like, that kind of looked like a good engage, but then like it was the only casualty because Backo Duck was just super good in that team fight. So that's one battle, one ace for ROTM. Could be proud of that one for sure.
Yeah, and it really speaks volumes to at least being able to kind of claw back in this game. Blind not only no longer the only bright spot, at least for this draft. You've got a lot of gold that just got funneled into Barco Duck here. This Jinx is going to start getting stronger and stronger. The gold gap between these 80 carries is non-existent anymore. You'd think it'd be massive with the with this 3 additional kills onto the keyboarder here, but the gold is virtually even.
Gold is virtually even, right? Unfortunately, there's not an Ornn to be like, okay, we could say if the team with an Ornn is behind, there's still those upgrade items. Speaking of that, Ratchet, Blasco, they're going to collapse onto this Gnar alone. Was in the bot lane, trying to get some CS. Just going to push them back, be like, leave me alone. And Ratchet Hexmans are going to walk away. But guess what's happening over the top side here? Pryo and Pryo for this Baron. It's a 3-man Baron take. In the meantime, Farouk could do some heavy damage here if he spots them out, but I think the disengage is called, and I think that's a good decision by RTM.
No package at least available for that look, but that, even without vision, Akuma playing very aware to what the opportunity is for Return of the Middlesticks on the map. Pings that went down for that Baron for an immediate check and does force the back off there. Not wanting to get caught out, not wanting to be stuck in kind of a 3v5 pants down scenario.
Yuna was actually looking for a pick there, but they just needed to be closer for that to happen. I guess they're still going to look for the plays. Okay, Ratchet, it's not the right target Yuna was looking for. And now they're going to go back in the Baron pit here. Interesting choice.
And they're going to try and clear out some of this vision, but there actually is a couple pink wards available for Lee Sin. They do have ways to keep vision here, not only just Lee Sin Q, but the Corki Foss Bomb will actually leave vision down for about 6 seconds, so...
I think they just want to force them to, like, check. Like, I feel like they're just baiting him to the Baron. They know they're a bit ahead. They have Viego here, so if you do the numbers, Viego is just ahead of Lee Sin, so they're just banking on that. Jinx is having some good plays too, so speaking of that, look out, James! Just heartbreaking on this Jace right now to watch that happen, you know. They were performing really, really good the first 2 games. Just not working out for them for this one.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, really. You know, Jace from Arcane, I don't think ever got treated like this, as we will actually have a pause coming in here.
A summoner has disconnected.
Oh yeah, that's right. We have the Jinx versus thing happening. Jace, Arcane episode. Last episode, what's happening? Pentakill? What's gonna happen? Oh, did I just spoil it? Hopefully I didn't spoil it.
I'm gonna get a
Hopefully-
pentakill and then I'm gonna push.
Oh man, we gotta. I think it's a lag on the part of the jungler here. So I guess Hexmix is lagging, I believe. Or no, it's actually Lexus who's the one lagging. So maybe they're just gonna restart their routers.
We'll take this opportunity to do our quick ice cream poll check. As
Do we have that? Have the poll?
Scanning over to a Twitch chat here. I see a single response that says mint chocolate chip all the way.
Single? 1%.
There, yeah, that's 100% vote for mint chocolate chip. That's all I can say.
No, no, no. That's one person. It takes more than one. Come on, this is a democracy here, guys. You know. So is this still up or is it still is done? I
There
can't see
was
the chat. I don't look at chat.
no official poll was put up, but we're just kind of reading up the
Oh, cool, cool.
chat
All right.
here.
Well, I say brownie fudge all the way, man. You know, I used to watch Rich Piana back in the day. I don't know if anyone here works out, but Rich Piana would just be like, dude, eat whatever. And I actually took that advice. I ate whatever at that time, and I ate Ben and Jerry's. Almost like I got my cholesterol up so high, the doctor was like, you gotta chill, dude. You know. And then the rest is history. I haven't eaten Ben and Jerry's yet. Although when it comes to final times, I will crack one Ben and Jerry open. Brownie fudge, not mint chocolate chip.
B&J for the boys.
All right. Anyway, we got the junglers. Lag is fixed, I believe, but we got this spectator bug, which is kind of a mess right now. But it's all good. We're back in it. Now it's important to note, Soul Point is gonna be up if ROTM decide to go for this Drake in the bot lane or bot side objective.
Absolutely, yeah, and you know it's with 20 seconds left coming up on this dragon. Kind of talked all series about how important vision control is, at least for setting up these objectives. Neither team has really wanted to walk in without vision every single time it's happened. They've been punished, and it's mostly to the side of Akuma who's been punished over the course of the series. Unfortunately, Ratchet kind of getting continuously caught out, and I spoke too soon.
That's a big oops right there from Ratchet. Again, getting caught out. This is a Mega Gnar right here. You don't want to mess around with that. And here we go. Return of the Middlesticks are providing so much damage, and it's just too much to handle. Everybody's dropping like flies, but wait a minute, back go Duck might get outplayed there, but he has a reinforcement of his team to make that play happen. In the meantime, Keyboarder outplays the Corki, or rather the Gnar in the mid lane, but however, that's still going to be blue team for that soul point, so ROTM have the lead there in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was watching the Blind Go X Games mode or something here, just jumping in, doing the double flip back right into the wall there. There's a really good engage. Locking up multiple members of Akuma here. But that quirky damage, you can already start to see, even at just 2 items, is starting to blow through these squishies. Keyboarder's kind of already in that position, being able to take down the Gnar there at the very end of that fight, but we're going to have to see a lot of good frontlining here, at least from Akeda, to try and keep these Rockets at bay.
At least we have a longer game this time around. It's not like a 23-minute game. It's a 26 minutes game and only 5K gold lead for ROTM. And if they want to make this a win for them, if they want to turn this into a win, they need to keep the lead. And it's kind of hard to do, like you said. The Corki's getting bigger and better, and Keyboarder is finding some kills here even on a losing fight. So it's gonna come down to the wire again. It's gonna be fight to the finish. We'll see who comes out on top. Once the soul is off the map, then we got Elder to worry about too, and Baron, and those are objectives you desperately want to fight for.
Bigger, better, faster, stronger proof. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. But in this case, it might not be the case. What doesn't kill you might kill you in about 2-3 minutes time when Corki has a little bit more gold.
Oh yeah. But if you ask Joker, he says what doesn't kill you makes you stranger, which I thought that was a pretty good quote. And speaking of that, Ratchet goes down yet another time. An unfortunate catch. Gonna be subject to punishment heavily there. Now with the member down, Akuma Blade have to really watch out. Yes, they are relying on that poke damage coming out from Corki. Yes, they have the Goat James, but still, they are a member down, and Gnar is pushing their bot lane, and so maybe this is the opportunity to go for it. Faluke flashes for the kill, does not find it, and Gnar is having a field day with the inhibitor turret there. Actually, he does not get it. Oh, that sucks. He was just one more auto attack away from getting that inhibitor turret.
The entire time, Blind is just pushing bot lane, nearly takes open that base from the side of Akuma and makes this game that much closer. Akuma's starting to feel their backs against the wall, but they've been in this position before and they fought their way out. So I don't know. Proof this might go to game 5, but we'll see.
The reason why they were able to do that last game, it's just my personal opinion, is having the Evelyn there. Evelyn is really, really good late game. She walks up to you. She could walk up when Bark Go Duck is just CSing and just heavily punish her, right? Can't do that with the Lee Sin now. You're gonna get spotted if the vision is there. And Ratchet, this is do or die. Actually flashes away. Glacial Fissure only knocks up the Varus, but Varus already good with the trades, and now the line collapses onto the AD carry. In the meanwhile, Lex is trying to provide some peel for the ADC on the other side, but Jinx is already dead. That's a Gnar dead as well. The double kill going for Keyboarder. They're looking good so far. Are they gonna double down on this? The answer is no. However, they do manage to find the trade. That's 2 for 2. So both teams are in it.
Yeah, and it's very important that the core for Akuma is still left alive. Varus gonna have to be backed off into the base here, but Fluke and Hexmist are still alive, able to at least try and sit tight into this bot side jungle ahead of this dragon spawn in about a minute's time. So this is going to be the next contested pressure point. We're looking to see package timer here for the core key. Package will be up in 35 seconds, so a little ahead of the spawn. But that's going to be the big ticket that we want to keep our eyes on. And if that core key package hits its mark and does disgusting
Ton of
amount
damage. Yep. This is getting nerve-wracking here a little bit. I don't know how to feel about this yet. Yes, there's a substantial goal lead for Return of the Middlesticks, but you could see how close these fights are getting, you know? So you can't really undermine Keyboarder or Fluke for this matter. So they played perfectly from this situation, the second game, so they could do it again here if they wanted to. Yuna goes for an interesting pick. Lego James already down half HP on his Jace. Not gonna look good, not gonna look healthy enough to fight. Ratchet, you don't want to get caught out again. Yuna looking for the flank again, the flank and gank, not gonna happen. Oh, here comes a care package right in the middle, and the TP is called. This is a Jace who was taken back by the trades, and he's gonna look healthier now that he burned his TP, but that's already 2 kills down. That's 1 carry. The core key is down as well, and Akuma are losing at critical points in this battle, and only one left alive is gonna be this Varus. Very unfortunate stuff for Akuma. They just couldn't make that happen, and here comes Lex's heartbreaks in. Keyboarder trying to EOM himself. Maybe he could find the possibility to get away and live, but not gonna happen. That is the second ace, or maybe the third ace in this game. That could be GG. They have a wave. They have a fat wave actually coming in from both sides. So
Yeah, no, they
15
could
seconds on the Corki though.
They could go for the end here. Proof Ratchet does spawn 10 seconds up on Fluke. They're actually going to decide to back away and go for the soul point here. We'll likely walk into Baron after on the resets just to try and close out this game as cleanly as possible, but that may have just opened the floodgates and booked their ticket into the finals.
Oh man, actually I lied. It wasn't a fat wave. It's only mid lane wave. The bot lane I did not see was stuck there, around where the first tier turret usually is. So, yeah, I think if they had maybe more minions there, they could have gone for that push. But obviously, there's better fish to fry here. They have the Baron up on the map. They want to go for that as soon as possible. Now they could force a Baron fight, right? Like they've been trying to do that on the side of ROTM, like go into the Baron, maybe bait them in. And now they have the Infernal Soul. They could afford to just force them to come to this Baron pit.
And they really have no reason to play this out too quickly, but it might not matter. The atomic rocket going to collect 1.
Yeah, that's just too much damage coming out in the Jinx. This is what we talked about. If you got Jinx, you win, right? If the game goes on long enough, it's just heartbreaking to see. Varus at some point had perfect KDA, mind you. Yuna goes in. Oh, look at Hexbase. Hexbase is going to go in for the Sonic Wave. Safeguards in. Absolutely deletes the LeBlanc there. So 1-for-1 trade so far. That's actually super worth now for Akuma. They lost Ratchet, but they got Yuna.
And Yuna not having the biggest pop-off game, at least this time around, but he is still outputting disgusting amounts of damage the pressure has all been put onto this Viego and the Jinx to output everything. But with Baron being flanked here, this is Akuma's opportunity to play to their comp strengths and siege down the neutral objective. Baron does reduce all resistances, but it might not matter. Bargo Duck is insane.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter. Return of the Middlesticks are coming off strong here with the double kill and the Rocket Slinger, and that's just gonna be a free Baron pickup. Because Hex Mist is nowhere to be found. Blind goes over the wall. Ratchet's gonna get slowed, stunned up, pushed into the wall. Gonna go back to the fountain here pretty soon if he doesn't get out. And Barco Duck having the 12th kill in the game. Return of the Middlesticks are in full control.
Yeah, and at this point, I don't necessarily even think it's Bark Go Duck. I think Duck Go Win. As they start to barrel down this mid lane in hopes of closing out this game, it's only a matter of time. Corgi does spawn in about 10 seconds. You got Lee Sin up in 5. They will try and make their last stand as they'll have minion waves pushing in from the bot and the mid lane here, Proof.
Yeah, but it's a great attempt nonetheless, right? Playing all the way to the finish, fighting to the finish here. Oh, Hex Mist. Good Sonic Wave onto Barco Dog, but not enough HP bar to get that kill. At the end of the day, the Jinx is going to be alive. Yuna is alive. Their members are looking healthy. Akuma Blade are going to fall. Yuna has come here to slay, and as well as the entire team. And Sovereign, hate to break it to you, but we're not going to get the silver scrapes here. It's going to be a clean 3-1. Not as clean as you might think, but collapse in the chat. Collapse in the chat. Great from both sides. Akuma Blade, pat in the back for trying. You know, it looked close. They made it seem possible, but they just needed more work to pull through here. And at the end of the day, who's going to the finals? It's going to be Return of the Middlesticks. So they are going to be your finalist, I guess, next week. Not too sure when, but when I do get a word, I'll let you guys know. With that said, Sovereign, how was this game for you? How was the series in general?
Honestly, it was a much better series than I would have expected. At least one thing that I spoke about, at least going into game one, was the overall game record. And full props to Akuma. They definitely played much better than the record would suggest, especially against a team that has done so well in the regular season. So Akuma definitely kind of resetting expectations. I think they had some very high highs. I think they had some fairly low lows.
I don't know if anybody broke their keyboard this game. I actually want to know. Like, that would be my only question for both teams. Because, Jesus, the mental fortitude you need to have to come back from, especially for Akuma Blizzard, to that second game. Just commendable, right? Commendable all around. But they could just make that happen yet another time here in the fourth game. We could have looked at a best of 5 gone to the distance, but that was just not the case here, Sovereign, you know?
You know, honestly, there was a Garen diff game too. That's I mean, Varus and stuff, but I mean,
Yeah.
you know, it's Garen.
It's Garen. Well, that is going to be it from us today. And are we going to get finals next week? When is it going to be, Wookie? Or does anybody know? But I guess until then, we're going to get back. Stay tuned for this week, actually, Runeterra Academy. I don't know if finals are happening in other groups, but they should be commencing pretty soon. With that said, it's the second time around. Miles is not on stream, so we surely miss him. With that said, thank you. Special thanks to you, Sovereign, for coming out on stream and filling his shoes. And it was fun casting with you at another time, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a banger and a pleasure. You've been a saint and a scholar, and Wookie's been an absolute producing monster.
Oh, that rhymes. Hey, that was fun. But yeah, thank you guys for all tuning in. My name is Proofcast. If you guys do want to support me, check out the Twitter, and I do post a lot of clips on Instagram. Actually, funny enough, I had a quadra clip from Hexmist, the person who was playing Lee Sin. It kind of went on the front page. I don't know if it did, but anyway, with that said, it is finals next week.
Okay, that's confirmed already. So I better see you guys next week. You already got one of these teams there. Return the Middlesticks. Good luck to you guys in the finals. Akuma Blades. Better luck next time, but don't be too hard on yourself. Stay in there, my friends. With that said, good night, everybody. Take care of each other. Take care of yourselves as well. We still need to settle the debate whether or not brownie fudge is better than mint chocolate. I think brownie fudge takes the cake any day. But
I
hey,
think
we
chocolate.
got to sell that some other time. I don't know if we got enough votes in today.
Fair enough.
All right, guys. Good night. Take it easy.